Chapter 267. Really? Rick had walked away, and the man saw that the team members didn't seem to be flattering him. He shook his head as if he couldn't believe it. As expected of this generation's shrine witch. The man suddenly raised his head and saw that the team members were staring at him, so he said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the next generation Rick kill demons? Hurry up and go back to coax your wife. If something like this happens again in the future, let me know immediately." Jack followed closely behind his father and couldn't help but defend himself when he heard this. But those villagers, if they die, they die. How many do they die every year? Now that there are patrols, your mission is to train well and become the next generation Rick. But what? Rick stopped and turned around. There was no concern in his eyes as Jack had guessed. Instead, he became more and more indifferent. You're still growing. If you die in that place, what will happen to the village in the future? When you become an adult, your strength will be comparable to your mother's, or even surpass her. Rick paused and changed the topic. Since the establishment of the Eightfold Shrine, there have been very few witches who can control Sakura Chueshua, let alone the men of the Eightfold clan. Under normal circumstances, the shrine which is the top combat power in the village. As for the Divine Master, I believe you understand. It's not that I don't want you to hunt demons. If there are demons invading the village and wantonly killing the villagers, our Eightfold clan will naturally take care of them. But, Rick changed the topic. You and Sakura are too young. There's still a lot of room for improvement. It's best not to take risks easily if you haven't reached that level. Next time there's a demon attack on the villagers, no matter what, you have to tell me immediately. Seeing his father turn around and walk towards the shrine, Jack also lowered his head. Yes. There were some things that couldn't be said, even if he wanted to tell his father his secret. Even if the shrine priestess had used the Sakura thousands of times, there would always be times when she was in a bad state and made a mistake. But he was different, he only needed to think about it and those moves would change to perfection, as if they were as smooth as flowing water. When his physical strength increased and his endurance became longer, wouldn't it be easy to kill demons like the wolf demon with Sakura Chueshua in his hand? In particular, Jack was looking forward to seeing its power when he inserted himself into the monster's X-flower and released the wheel dance. His father had said so much because he wanted him to understand that it was not appropriate for him to deal with demons at his current age, even if he already had the ability to kill low-level demons. This thing was just like the candidate maidens in the shrine. Only after her rapid growth in her youth was over would she become an official maidens. Then, she would be released to fight against the demons and protect one side. When he was young, he was relatively weak. If he died in a battle with a demon, that would be a great loss to the shrine. Yeho village was a small place after all. To put it bluntly, the Yeho shrine was only supported by 2 or 3 big cats and small cats. Using such a reckless and fearless method to train a shaman and a divine lord, the 8th stage clan should have been extinct a long time ago. By the way, Rick, who was walking in front, said again, "Go to Amy's place when you get home." "Am?" Jack was dumbfounded, and then he thought of something. Jack washed off the fishy smell on his body, changed into a new set of clothes, and then silently sat beside Ariamai. Ariamai was still sleeping soundly. Seeing that Sakura was about to wake her up, Jack hurriedly made a gesture. Looking at Ariamai's pale face, Jack fell into deep thought. Although the doctors from the big cities could not tell what illness Ariamai had, and could only prescribe some medicine to strengthen her foundation, what if someone really had the ability to cure Ariamai? Jack made up his mind. He was going to discuss with his father in a few days, and see if he could bring people to the big cities nearby. As if having a nightmare, Ariamai, who was lying flat on the bed, frowned. Drops of sweat appeared on her fair forehead. Sakura was just about to take out a handkerchief to wipe away Ariamai's sweat when the person lying on the bed seemed to be frightened. She lay on her side and curled up, looking very much like an abandoned kitten. "Big brother tilde big sister. No. Don't leave me," she was mumbling. Jack gently lifted a corner of the blanket and held it in Amy's small hands that were tightly interlaced together. "I won't leave Ariamai tilde." As if by magic, Ariamai's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and her tight little body also slowly relaxed. Only her interlocked hands held Jack's hand tightly. "Get me a fan," Jack said in a small voice. Sakura, who was kneeling opposite him, nodded. She found a fan behind another door in the room. "I'll fan her. You go prepare lunch." Sakura handed over the bamboo fan and tried to make herself as quiet as possible as she walked out of the room. Jack silently fanned himself. A cool breeze blew, and the sweat on Remi's forehead also slowly disappeared. Not long after, it seemed that Sakura's cooking had attracted the little glutton in Remi's stomach. Remi's little nose twitched first, and the sleepy Remi opened her eyes and looked at everything in front of her hazily. Big brother, is it morning already?" Jack smiled and said, "Little lazy bug, it's time for lunch." "Lunch?" Remi was shocked. Her eyes widened, and the memories from before flooded into her mind like a tide. She struggled to prop herself up. Her little face was full of anxiety, and her big bright eyes were also looking at Jack. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Was the demon killed? Ruby and I worked together to kill the demon. Look, aren't I fine?" Jack supported Remi's weak body. This time, Remi finally freed her arms, and her hands touched Jack's clothes. "Are you really okay?" "That's a demon." Yagi Sakura, who was sitting by the small square table, sighed. "Remi, didn't I tell you many times? Old Sama is very strong." Remi pursed her little mouth. If possible, she did not want to have anything to do with demons. Demons. They were the culprits who killed her mother. Okay, let's eat first." A week later. Jack's face was ugly as he listened to Ruby's report. The news that Ruby passed to him must have been exaggerated, but in reality, Jack squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "They really said that?" "Yes." Ruby, who was kneeling in front of Jack, felt slightly suffocated. It had only been a week since they last met, and he felt that this Kisama's power had increased by more than a little. If it was not for the fact that he still looked like a child, he would have thought that he was the Lord God from 10 years ago. "Who is spreading the rumor? Have you found out?" "We only know that the source is from Granny's house. Among them, the servant spread it the most widely, we suspect." Without waiting for Ruby to finish, Jack interrupted him. "Servant? Which servant? The one who spread the rumor by the well?" Chapter 268. Yes, it's him. Ruby paused for a moment before continuing. "In the past 7 days, there have been 3 monster attacks. Although they are all low-level monsters, the villagers are very receptive to them." Ruby carefully glanced at Jack again, his throat moving up and down as he said, "Most of the villagers who don't know the truth think that the digging of the well angered the fox god. They say that you are stealing the fox god's authority and need to." Ruby was speechless. "What did they say?" "Say." Ruby felt his mouth dry and sweat dripped from the tip of his nose. Since Jack dug the well, although the livestock and fields were still in a state of drought, at least the people were safe. Before he came, he drank a big bowl of water, but now he felt like there was a soldering iron in his throat. It was itchy and unbearable, but he couldn't do anything about it. Sitting cross-legged across from him, there seemed to be ghosts circling around the small figure. Ruby's eyes were dry, and the nerves that connected to his pupils were bloodshot. He looked like he had been awake for several nights. The ghosts were laughing at him, and the laughter was sharp and piercing. "Ruby, ah!" Ruby was shocked. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his pupils shrank. When he looked again, he saw a handsome boy with a rather imposing aura sitting in front of him. The ghosts and demons that were hovering in the air had all disappeared. "Lord G." Ruby bowed, his voice trembling. "Tell me what they said." Jack said impatiently. Gulp tilde swallowing a mouthful of saliva from his dry mouth, Ruby said, "They said that if we want to solve the problem of the monsters and the drought, we need a sacrifice." "Continue." Jack narrowed his eyes. Ruby didn't look like he was just going to make a fuss about the sacrifice. They also said that because the cold that was sacrificed to the great god was not a pure woman, the god must be angry with the village. Then, "Lord G, you stole the god's authority and dug a well in the village without permission. You gave the wealth of the god to everyone, and the god must be even angrier. So he sent the monsters to kill the villagers who left the village one by one, and let Ikong village fall into despair. Furthermore, the sacrifice they want is no ordinary sacrifice. Someone once said that there was a problem with a sacrificial ritual several decades ago, and the god was furious. At that time, the god's anger was appeased only by sacrificing the blood of the god's shrine's witch. So, Jack narrowed his eyes and Ruby didn't dare to speak. He had thought that Lord G would fly into a rage, and would fiercely scold those fools. He had already prepared himself to be used as a punching bag by Lord G. However, the quiet Jack seemed to be brewing a storm. Rub-Icon recalled the monsters and banshees he had seen before, and his body trembled again. So they planned to sacrifice Sakura or Remi to the fox god. To seek forgiveness from the fox god. Pardon them for the sins they have committed. Idiot. Too stupid. It was hopeless. Trying to push the blame for the failure of the ritual to a little girl who had nothing to do with him. Wouldn't this also offset the sins of the next generation, Rick? Ruby dared not answer. It was as if there was a force pushing the burning anger in Jack's heart. They do want to wash away the sins on their bodies. Rub-Icon answered carefully. According to them, those who were killed by the monsters were people who had drunk the well water. Oh Tilda, now you find me a person in the village who has not drunk the well water. Rub-Icon was silent. Jack's face was cloudy and uncertain. Should he go to his father for this matter? With his father's character for the village, he would definitely obey the public opinion and sacrifice the weak and useless waste Remi to the god. Jack was quiet and tried not to be blinded by anger. He learned from the knowledge of the other world that it was best not to make a decision easily when his emotions were fluctuating violently. Are these things spread by the handyman? Everyone believes the rumor that there is no such thing. We can be sure that the kid is one of the sources. Didn't the mother-in-law's family do anything to stop it? Rub-Icon was stunned and answered truthfully, no, but this matter can't be stopped, right? Can't be stopped. Jack sneered. That old ghost is probably trying to find an excuse for what he has done and wants to divert attention, right? He dares to deceive the god with his little tricks. I think it's good for that old thing to serve the god. Hurry up and dig a well. When the water is enough for the animals and the fields, we can clean up the low-level monsters outside the village. Those people won't say anything. Rub-Icon was embarrassed when he heard Jack's words. But, now some villagers don't even dare to come to the well to draw water. They just gather together all day and want to hold a sacrifice. I'm afraid we don't have enough time. Jack frowned. Hire more people and try to speed up. Rub-Icon still had a bitter smile on his face. Lord G, these days there are low-level monsters harassing the village from time to time. The patrol team is divided into several teams. They dig wells in the morning, patrol in the morning and afternoon, and dig wells in the evening. Everyone's body can't bear it. And you know that since the news spread out, no one is willing to help us dig wells. What about the big clans who know about the sacrifice? They don't want to take risks easily. You know that group of old guys, they never like to do risky things. If there are not enough benefits, they are more willing to hold another sacrifice and sacrifice the witch's blood to the god. After all, the god loves the pure witch's blood the most. Seeing Jack's uncertain face, Rub-Icon also tried to figure out the pros and cons in his heart. My lord, there is only one way to make the villagers believe you. Oh! Jack's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. He often traveled in the other world, but he couldn't think of a good idea. Rub-Icon, on the other hand, had a lot of ideas in his stomach. Let's hear it. My lord, it's actually very simple. Simple? Yes. Rub-Icon said seriously. As long as my lord reveals your true identity, it will work. Jack was stunned. His true identity. Wasn't it the next generation of Rick? This was something that everyone in the village knew. Seeing that Jack was stunned, Ruby thought that he had convinced the other party, so he struck while the iron was hot. Since you've appeared as the current generation of the Shrine's witch, the villagers will naturally believe that Kisama can communicate with the gods, and the monster outside the village was just an accident. A witch of the god. Jack's expression changed, and he thought of a lot of things in an instant. Rubicon's idea was bad, but it was also very accurate and went straight to the point. If he showed up as a witch of the god's shrine, the villagers would definitely support the well because witches were known to be able to communicate with the god. Since he could communicate with the god, then everything was not a problem. Stealing the god's authority, squandering the god's wealth, these were all things that the god acquiesced to. The monsters could also be easily dealt with as an accident. He could even use his identity as a witch of the god's shrine to accuse the old woman of deceiving the god. All the problems seemed to be easily solved. But in the future, Sakura could not appear as a witch of the god's shrine. Could it be that the Yeho shrine would announce that Sakura was not the second daughter of the Yeho family, but the second son? To be honest, Jack was tempted by this bad idea. Chapter 269. We'll talk about this later. Lord G, we don't have much time left. Big Shuan said solemnly. Once those elders who rely on their clans make a suggestion to the shrine, Miss Rin will, I know. You can leave now. Let me know if anything happens. Philip Stake's tone did not change. Big Shuan sighed. He nodded respectfully and left the side hall. Philip Stake, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, lowered his head. The way he saw it, the gods were real. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the rain after the ritual. Legend had it that some shrine witches could communicate with the gods, pretending to be the current generations, which was a good idea. All problems seemed to be easily solved. However, the gods loved a pure girl with the witch's bloodline, not a cute boy with the witch's bloodline. He did not know what the gods were thinking. He had only dug the well because he had informed his father. The three of them prayed in the shrine for 7 days. They only started digging after there were no disasters. Asking a boy to pretend to be a shrine's witch. After all, he could use falling cherry slash and control Sakura Snowflake. He had all the necessary qualities of a witch. However, the most important thing was, he was a man. He could fool the villagers, but if he wanted to fool the gods, Philip Stake was not sure. The villagers did not dare to drink the well water anymore. They gathered together and twisted themselves into a hemp rope. They prayed to the shrine for sacrifices and for the gods to reign. These were easy to handle. The main thing was the powerful clans, such as the old woman. Their thoughts were the most important. The old woman had made a mistake during the last ritual. Other than coming to the shrine to discuss matters with the eightfold god, she had been in seclusion. This time, she would definitely add fuel to the fire. However, the old woman had made a mistake during the most important ritual, and the gods did not punish her. Then, could he also pretend to be a shrine's witch and fool the villagers? Philip Stake was conflicted. There were also low-level demons appearing frequently outside the village. What was going on? Philip Mignon was upset. Things like gods, in the dream, the other world could not give him a good answer. He had to try everything himself. That night, in the dream, Philip Stake looked at the blue skill panel in front of him. He pointed at it with his small hand and could not make up his mind. Philip Mignon thought for a while and decided to spend his skill points on killing Intent Mark. Although he could use the falling cherry blossom slash to clash with the monsters several times, most of those monsters were extremely strong. A single successful attack would break 70 to 80% of his bones. Last time, if Da Shuan hadn't stabbed that wolf demon's ass in the back, even if he didn't die, he would have broken a few bones. In that battle, what did he rely on to dodge? Slide, run, roll. As for Blink Flash, it was a sneak attack from behind the enemy. It had no dodging effect at all. Flowing attack slash, quickly teleport to avoid enemy attacks. Extreme evasion, unleash 3 bursts of sword aura, each dealing a certain amount of physical damage to the enemy. When he successfully dodged to the limit, he would count the enemy once with each section of sword chi. Philip Mignon had seen the term Fei Ying count more than once. Today, he finally found the use of Fei Ying in the branch of Blink Flash. Attacking an enemy marked with Crimson Cherry's mark through Blink would deal 4 times the normal physical damage. Unfortunately, he didn't know Returning Blade, so he couldn't use such an overpowered move. Philip Mignon was looking forward to it. When he accumulated enough skill points, he would definitely activate Returning Blade. At that time, he would be able to use normal attacks, burst attacks, or even dodge. He could be said to be a swordsman with both offense and defense. At that time, it would be very easy to hunt those low-level monsters again. After Filet Mignon used up all his skill points, he immediately fell asleep. During the day, he guided Sakura and trained himself to increase his endurance and swordsmanship. 3 days later, Ling's body was not getting better, but the village was full of troublemakers. The matter of finding a doctor in the big city was delayed again and again. During these 3 days, many old bastards from the big clans in the village came to the shrine. After praying to the fox god, they intentionally or unintentionally asked the 8th layer godmaster to pray again. Filet Mignon saw all of this. Praying was fine, but if anyone dared to target Sakura and Ling, he would chop off their claws. Early in the morning, Filet Mignon met Ashen again. "My lord, the second well that we almost finished was half filled in overnight." Filet Mignon's mouth twitched, and he suppressed his emotions that were about to explode. "The patrol team didn't send anyone to guard it." "Lord G." Ashen's face was full of embarrassment. "You know that most of our patrol team's energy is around the village recently. It's already hard enough to arrange guards for the first well every day. Besides, the second well hasn't been finished yet. No one thought that someone would come and destroy it." "Did you catch that person?" Ashen gritted his teeth. "As long as it's someone from the village, we can catch the culprit tomorrow at the latest." Filet Mignon stood up. "In the future, leave someone on duty for the wells that are under construction. I'll tell my father that I'll also join a patrol team to reduce your pressure." Lord G, there's actually one more thing." Filet Mignon saw the expression on Ashen's face and knew that it was not something good. "Speak." "It's like this. Yesterday, the guard on duty at the old well saw a person sneaking over there in the dark with something in his hand. When he saw the guard on duty, he immediately ran away. Did he also want to fill the well? This should not be, but the guard reported that the figure is very similar to Daisuke, who disappeared after the sacrifice." Daisuke. Filet Mignon was impressed by the young man who was able to get the monster's limbs outside the village and turned Liang's family into a zombie monster. From this point of view, Daisuke must have encountered something after leaving the village. Sneaking into the village in the middle of the night with something in his hand? The target was the well. But how did he know that the well was dug in the village? "Go and investigate Daisuke's friends in the village before, and inform me directly if there is any news." "Yes." Seeing that Ashen was not leaving, Filet Mignon's heart thumped again. "What else? Are we still digging the well?" "Dig." Ashen was silent for 2 seconds and said, "Lord G, I gave you a suggestion before, have you thought about it? In the past few days, those old ghosts have frequently visited the shrine, it must be for the sacrifice." Ashen looked straight at Filet Mignon. "If the Lord God makes the decision, then there is no way to stop the sacrifice. Oh, as the saying goes." Chapter 270. You also know who the elders in the village will target when the sacrificial ceremony is held again. The clan behind them controls the most land in Yuchio village. The wells we dug aren't enough for those water-swallowing behemoths. "Okay, I'll think about it for a day." After Big Shun left, Filet Steak didn't care about his image. He lay down on the floor and looked at the pillars supporting the house. A few days ago, when Big Shun asked him to appear in front of everyone as a witch, he was still a little confused. Now that he calmed down and thought about it carefully, he was afraid that they really thought he was this generation's witch. It was only because the Yuchio family didn't announce the next generation's god. Ha. Filet Steak's delicate face showed a hint of bitterness. He could use a full set of falling cherry slash and control the spiritual sword Sakura blowing snow. If he were someone else, he would also think that Filet Steak was this generation's witch. People like Big Shun couldn't ignore the gods. He and the other members of the patrol team probably thought that they saw through his true identity, which was why they kept supporting him. Because in their eyes, his words were the oracle, the representative of the gods in the village. Digging wells, keeping watch at night, and even commanding the team. Wasn't all this because he, as a witch, could communicate with the gods? Some things wouldn't be good if they were exposed. At night, Fillet Steak told Sakura his plan. Yuchio Sakura was restless when she heard her brother's plan. Her big eyes were full of worry. Brother, will this work? I'm not a witch yet, and I don't know how to communicate with the fox god. Try to communicate with him first. After 2 days, I'll change into a witch costume and pray to the fox god. If there are no accidents, we'll follow my previous plan. But if the fox god punishes Big Brother, then, it's better than letting those old bastards sacrifice Ling. Sakura, who was kneeling in front of Fillet Steak, lowered her head and bit her lower lip. Soon, a smear of blood appeared on it. She clenched her fists on her thighs and her shoulders shook slightly. It's all because I'm useless. If I became a witch sooner, I could communicate with the fox god. Fillet Steak hugged Sakura. It's all those old bastards' fault. It has nothing to do with Sakura. Brother. Let's go beg father. He definitely won't let Ling become a sacrifice. The filet mignon was silent. Do you think it's possible? The next day, Yagi Sakura stopped her training and changed into a substitute witch costume. She quietly prayed in the temple, hoping to communicate with the fox god. Fillet Steak explained the situation of the patrol team to his father. Because the recent appearance of low-level monsters, except for the 3 unlucky ones who died in the patrol team at the beginning, everyone had trained to have a tacit understanding. They could kill low-level monsters like the wolf demon without any injuries. Because of this, the 8th layer god master agreed to let the filet mignon move together with the patrol team. That afternoon, Filet Mignon and Da Shuan patrolled together. On the morning of the 3rd day, another patrol team found a low-level monster and worked together with the Fillet Steak team to kill it. Because of the division of labor, Fillet Steak didn't even have the chance to test Flowing Strike. There are more and more of these damned things. Could it be that a great yarrow died somewhere and was eaten by those wild beasts and cultivated into a lesser yarrow? Who knows? You should ask the great fox god about this. These low-level monsters are too weak. Some large wild beasts are comparable to them. They're much stronger than the corpse demons. TSK. Only Da Shuan looked solemn. He came to the Filet Mignon and whispered, "This is the 3rd wolf demon we've killed. Other than the wolf demon, there's only a wild boar demon. Furthermore, this wolf demon looks very familiar to me." The Filet Mignon's heart skipped a beat. "Tell me about it. Lord G, you should have an impression of it. When we first killed a demon, a young man named Swa died in the patrol team. Before he died, he used a knife to blind the left eye of a wild wolf. Look at this wolf demon." The Filet Mignon glanced at it. As expected, there was a diagonal cut on the left eye of the dead wolf demon. It looked like it was made by a human sword. That's all. Didn't Lord G notice? Except for the first time, when the wolf demon brought a large group of wild wolves with him, the other wolf demons acted alone. The Filet Mignon muttered in his heart. He had only encountered it twice. One time, he brought it with him, and the other time, he didn't bring it with him. What could he say? So you suspect that these low-level monsters are manufactured in batches by humans? Da Shuan took a breath. It's not necessarily man-made, but it's very likely that they're manufactured in batches. The Filet Mignon squinted his eyes. Now the low-level monsters were raging around the village. The patrol team sometimes accidentally let the monsters escape. The low-level monsters they encountered, except for a wild boar, there were only wild wolves left. Why was the village in a panic? Wasn't it because of these low-level monsters? The villagers thought that digging the well had angered the gods. This was the punishment of the gods, so they didn't dare to drink the well water. Without a supply of fresh water, they could only ask for sacrifices from the shrine. And those big clans, for the sake of their fields and their own interests, sacrificed an unrelated little girl. They were all happy. No one wanted to have nothing to do with fresh water. The only thing that was sacrificed was, and the old woman. In order to cover up her mistakes, she added fuel to the fire. If these low-level monsters were really manufactured in batches, there must be a source. If they could eliminate the source, come to the shrine tonight. We'll discuss it. Da Shuan's eyes flashed. Yes. It was night again. In a side hall of the shrine. The candlelight was dim. 2 figures were reflected on the wall, dark and distorted. The strongest elites in the team? But if we fail? Even the 8th-tier Divine Master might not agree. If more than 3 monsters gather, we'll return immediately. We won't take the risk. We don't have to worry about Father. Ashen couldn't make up his mind. The captain is loyal to the Divine Master. If we want to make a move, the Divine Master will know. Do you listen to him or me? The younger voice sounded again, but it had an inexplicable power. I'll take care of the captain. Ashen breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. When do we make a move? The earliest is tomorrow afternoon. The latest is the day after tomorrow. All right. Ashen stood up and bowed to the filet mignon. In that case, I won't disturb Lord G. Wait. Is there anything else, Lord G? Have you caught the ones who filled the well a few days ago? Yes. They're locked up in the village's warehouse. It's fine. Let our team members rest. Let them dig the well. This isn't very good, is it? They'll probably resist. Resist. Just beat them once. If one doesn't work, beat them twice. I understand. Chapter 271. By the way, have you figured out what happened to old Foulin? Reynolds frowned. We've investigated. Old Foulin's father was killed by a beast when he left the village when he was a child. A few years later, his mother also died of illness. He and Liang were childhood sweethearts, and he only had 2 or 3 real friends. But we couldn't get anything out of them, and we didn't find any clues. I sent 2 people to keep an eye on them. The well. It's also possible that old Foulin saw it secretly from somewhere. Well, you must inform me if there's any news. And that well, be sure to keep an eye on it. Yes. The small figure outside the side hall heard the end of the discussion between the 2 and hurriedly hid behind the big barrel that usually held the grain pile. The sky was grey, and Reynolds was also in a hurry. He didn't notice that there was a petite figure hiding behind the grain pile. Reynolds left, and Townsend's thoughts surged. Old Foulin was taller than him, but in terms of combat power, he was a joke. After the sacrifice, he ran out of the village and got a fresh front leg of a low-level monster from outside. This was impossible for the old Foulin. Carrying something in the middle of the night and sneaking to the well? What did he bring? If he could get the front leg of a monster, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to get the monster's blood. If so, Townsend returned to the house. Ling was not in good health recently and had already fallen asleep. Ying, dressed in a substitute witch costume, knelt beside him as if she knew he was coming. Brother, I couldn't communicate with the fox god. It's okay, take your time. Townsend came to Ying and rubbed her beautiful pink hair with his hand. Prepare a substitute witch costume for me tomorrow. I'll also worship the fox god. Worshipping the fox god while wearing a witch costume was a test. Just like before, when the 3 of them went to the temple to pray for 7 days, as long as there was no disaster during these 7 days, it meant that the fox god acquiesced to this behavior. Waiting for Townsend to worship, if there was a disaster during these 7 days, Townsend could only choose to worship. But the candidate for worship was definitely not Ying or Ling, otherwise, he would take Ying and Ling to live in the big city and let that group of people fend for themselves. Did they really think that the patrol team could protect them? Townsend, who had been hunting monsters with the patrol team these days, had also seen the upper limit of the patrol team. Once a powerful monster came, they would not be able to resist at all. They could only rely on the protection of the shrine witches in the village. After making up his mind, Townsend fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he once again dreamt of that magical alternate world. The humans in the alternate world used their mortal bodies to control the mandate of heaven. He seemed to be able to control lightning and rain as if he was omnipotent. They even had powerful weapons that could move mountains and burn seas. The gods of that era were just a form of faith without any supernatural powers. It made sense. Humans could already control extraordinary powers. Why would they need gods? Offering sacrifices like they did. Wouldn't that mean there was something wrong with his head? Townsend looked forward to it. Early in the morning, when the sky was still bright, Townsend got up to take a bath. Yesterday, Irene had taken out a suitable substitute witch uniform to dry in the sun. Today was the perfect day for Townsend to wear it. After taking a bath, Townsend first went to the side hall where the spirit sword was enshrined. Then, he returned to the house and looked at the witch uniform that Ying had already prepared for him. The corners of his eyes twitched unnaturally. He sighed. Anyway, this was not the first time he had worn it. When he was young, his mother had worn the small witch uniform for him more than once. First, it was a black lining that extended all the way to the neck. It was similar to a turtleneck sweater in the alternate world, but it was more like an assassin's mask. When pulled up, it could cover half of the face. Townsend obediently put on the black lining. The lining was strange. It retained the turtleneck, but it did not extend over the arms at all. Next, it was a pure white top that also looked like a vest. However, this vest was crisscrossed in front, giving off a very comfortable sense of beauty. The shoulder blades of the vest and the huge opening in front of the neck were all well hidden by the black lining. Not a trace of skin was exposed. Next, it was a dark cherry short skirt with purple lines dividing it into a checkered pattern. Townsend put it on without hesitation. When Ying saw this, she stepped forward and took out a wide waistband made of red fabric and wrapped it around the skirt and top. Then, she took out a wide black and white rope and tied it to the waistband. She pulled it back and tied a huge bow behind the waist. Then, it was 2 white stockings that reached the knees. There were red lines on the top. Townsend did not have any objections to this. He had once heard that this thing was worn by men in the beginning. It seemed to have the function of keeping people warm. Wait. Ying, who was standing in front of Townsend, was taken aback. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong, brother?" Townsend touched the fabric of the white stockings and said hesitantly, "Won't it be too hot to wear this today? And this black lining?" Townsend tugged at his collar again. "Just now, I feel a stuffy heat." Unexpectedly, Ying, who had always been obedient, turned serious. "Brother, you are praying to the fox god. You have to wear something more formal. After praying, no one will question you even if you take off all your clothes and behave atrociously in the courtyard." Townsend looked embarrassed as he tugged at the stockings in Ying's hands. All right. I got it. I'll wear it, okay?" The 2 knee-high white stockings wrapped tightly around his legs, making Townsend feel particularly uncomfortable. He was used to wearing loose clothes, and this thing was too tight. It was not comfortable at all. Townsend tugged at the white stockings, and the white stockings bounced back onto the tender white skin of his legs with a snap. "Brother, the alternate witch uniform and even the witch uniform are definitely the best fabric that the village can provide." Townsend rolled his eyes. "All right, what else?" "There are also sleeves." Townsend looked at the 2 relatively loose strips of cloth that Ying handed over and could not help but complain, "This is superfluous. It's better to just extend the top to the arms." "Brother," Irene said seriously, "they are made of different materials." He had already put on the stockings, so these loose sleeves were a piece of cake. Townsend quickly tightened the straps around the sleeves' wrists. Irene blinked and said with a smile, "Brother, is the alternate witch uniform comfortable?" Townsend felt the smoothness of the sleeve's silky material rubbing against his skin. Surprisingly, it felt pretty good. Townsend nodded. "It's very convenient. It's also very neat in battle. It would be even better if I could remove the stockings. I still doubt its practicality. This thing should only be worn in winter to keep you warm. It's very comfortable, Tilda." Irene stepped forward and hugged Townsend. "You'll get used to it after a while." Her little nose twitched, and a faint cherry blossom fragrance drifted into his nostrils. "Brother, did you go to the side hall where the spirit sabers are enshrined again?" "Yes, I went there after bathing. It's more reassuring to see it." Chapter 272. That's right. Townsend suddenly asked, "Do you know who designed the alternate witch uniform?" Sakura frowned as she thought hard. "It should be the fox god. The fox god has such a hobby." Irene did not answer. Instead, she went behind Townsend. "Do you want to tie up your hair? It's a little long." There's no need. Let's go to the temple to worship the fox god. Sakura and Townsend were going to the temple together. What if she could communicate with the gods? Wouldn't she be able to help her big brother then? In the afternoon, Townsend went to look for the village patrol captain. Then, at night, he was summoned to his father's room. When he saw Townsend in the alternate witch uniform, a hint of surprise flashed through the 8th Divine Master's eyes. Sakura's personality was too gentle, unlike her mother's. Ji, on the other hand, was very similar to the previous shrine, which in terms of personality and her bewitching eyes. Is this what it means to have children? The 8th Divine Master cast aside the unreliable thoughts in his mind and started asking Townsend about gathering the patrol elites. Townsend had no choice but to tell him the whole story. He had thought that the man would not tell his father about him wearing the witch uniform. As it turned out, he had been too naive. The father and son chatted casually for a while before Townsend returned to his room to rest. "Bring the patrol captain along." Townsend, who was lying in his bed, recalled his father's words. He could not help but smile. "That's exactly what I want." The next morning, Townsend put on the alternate witch uniform as usual and went to the temple to pray to the gods. The village patrol team started to regroup. They picked out enough elites to form a small team. There were 6 people in the team. Other than the man who was the patrol captain, the others were elites who were about as strong as Reno. These people started to look for wild beasts to train with. On the 3rd day, the number of people in the Yachen shrine suddenly increased. The elders of the great clans brought the young people of their clans to worship the gods. When they saw Townsend in the witch uniform, their expressions were very interesting. They could not understand the 8th Divine Master's tricks. Did he not say that it was not to be made public? In the afternoon, Reno ran into the shrine with sweat all over his forehead. Lady G, we've found an opportunity. Follow me." Ling, who was nestled in the shop, glanced at Reynolds and said weakly, "Brother and sister are both in the temple." "All right, Miss Lin, have a good rest." Before he could finish, Reynolds ran into the temple like a gust of wind. "Lord G." Townsend, who had heard Reynolds' voice, stood up and remained motionless. When Reynolds saw Townsend dressed in a witch's costume, his eyes flashed with amazement, but he immediately thought of something important and anxiously said, "Senior G. Quick, let's catch a clue." "Lord G." Seeing that Townsend was still motionless, Reynolds became even more anxious. But because Townsend was wearing a witch costume, he didn't dare to pull him forward. Townsend signaled Reno with his eyes. Reno came to Townsend's side doubtfully. "My legs are numb. Go to my room and take out my katana, then we'll meet at the entrance of the shrine." "All right." Reynolds, the man who was like the wind, ran out of the temple with a whoosh as if he was equipped with an electric motor. Many disciples around saw this situation, and they were puzzled, but they didn't dare to ask this generation's shrine witch. However, judging from the anxiety of the patrol member just now, it was very likely that a monster had appeared outside the village. Townsend pinched his legs calmly, but what he touched was the smoothness of the white stockings. After the numbness subsided, Townsend finally took the first step, and then, he was pulled by his dear sister Chan. "Brother, please be careful." Townsend nodded. He was afraid that Sakura would be worried, so he didn't tell her the whole plan. Trotting outside the shrine, he found that Reynolds was already waiting for him with his katana. Reynolds glanced at it casually and handed the katana to Townsend. "Lord G, shall we talk on the road?" "You lead the way." Reynolds immediately started. The elite team encountered another wolf demon not long ago. This wolf demon was slightly stronger than other low-level monsters, but compared to the elite team, it was still prey on the plate. The captain immediately decided to use the scent on the wolf demon and let it go, and find the source of the frequent birth of low-level monsters in one fell swoop. "They will mark us on the road, and we just need to follow." Townsend followed behind Reynolds. "It's very dangerous. We don't know how many low-level monsters there are at the source." "Don't worry, Lord G, as you said, we will run back if something goes wrong." "It's too risky." Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Townsend was stunned. "Who did you learn this from?" "Haha, it seems that I didn't use it wrong." In the deep forest, Reynolds used his naked eyes to judge the marks left by his teammates while moving at high speed. Townsend looked at the young man leading the way in front, and a faint uneasiness rose in his heart. He touched his waist, the weapon tachi, the sachet to cover his scent, and the Imperial 100 powder to heal wounds. They crossed the mountains around the village, and after a short rest, they ran for about 20 minutes and finally came to a narrow valley. Blood, limbs, corpses, and a bear demon. Townsend could feel Reynolds trembling beside him. The scene was not too messy. The corpses of 3 low-level monsters were lying there casually, and the monster blood formed a small blood pool in the low-lying area. 2 patrol team members were either badly mutilated by the sharp claws, or torn in half by the bear demon with great strength. The bear demon's legs and forehead had those strange crystals. The blood that belonged to humans was stained with its hair, and there was a dripping intestine hanging in its mouth. Of the remaining 3 patrol team members, 2 were injured, and 1 was struggling under the bear demon's hands. The bear demon seemed to be flirting with the man, and the man wanted to fight, and the knife in his hand was frequently broken by the sharp claws. The man wanted to escape, but he was blocked by the bear demon's swift movements. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. That's the captain. Reynolds stammered, but he did not have the intention to go forward to help. The bear demon's body was thick and fat, and its body hair was thin and long. Its face was like a dog, with a big head and a long mouth. If it stood up, it would be as tall as 2.5 men. The lines produced by the crystal on its legs spread all over the bear's body, and it was even stronger than the last time Townsend saw it. Gee. Lord G, what should we do? Townsend pressed on the handle of his knife, and that trembling feeling came again. Can you help the wounded? Yes. Will he leak the information? Yes. Go to the village and call for help first. Yes. Reynolds, who came to his senses, was stunned, and looked at Townsend's determined face in a daze. Will this work? Townsend pressed down with his whole body, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The hand that was pressing on the handle of his knife was about to pull it out at any time. I don't know if it will work, I only know that it found us. Chapter 273. Todd's body took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Compared to the low-level wolf demons they had hunted before, this demon was simply too big. Coupled with the murderous aura given by the surrounding blood, Todd found that his calves were beginning to tremble. Bang! The black bear claw turned into an afterimage, smashing the man's long sword into pieces and landing heavily on the man's chest. His wrist was fractured, his chest caved in, and he fell to the ground in the distance, struggling at death's door. Blood frothed from his mouth, and he was gasping for air. It seemed that he did not have long to live. The bear demon spat out the blood intestines in its mouth, turned around, and walked slowly toward Reynolds and Todd, as if it was not afraid that they would escape. Bears were also ferocious beasts in the wild. It was basically unrealistic for an ordinary human to run faster than a bear in the wild. Not to mention the fact that the bear in front of him was an alien that had cultivated into a demon. Run! Reno roared and activated teleportation flash. His entire body turned into a blur as Irene's saber slashed down on Bear's nose. Todd used both hands and feet to escape the canyon and ran toward the mountains. All he could think about was returning to the village to call for reinforcements. If they had escaped together just now, with the bear demon's speed, it would have been able to catch up quickly, and then, Reynolds did not care about Todd. The blade in his hand seemed to have cut metal. Although it tore the bear's fur, the bear demon's bones were not damaged. Reynolds held the sword with both hands. Despite his excitement, his mind had completely calmed down. Roar! The bear demon turned around and roared at him. A gush of blood gushed out from its bloody mouth and sprayed Reynolds's face. Come on! Reynolds whispered. The bear demon stood up, and its tall and strong body cast a shadow on Reynolds's relatively petite body. Teleportation flash. This time, Reynolds's target was the crystal on the bear demon's leg. When Reynolds rushed forward, the bear demon seemed to have seen through the prey's attack route, and its entire body instantly blasted downward. Boom! Reynolds's little face was slightly pale. The rocks in the bear demon's area had been shaken into spiderweb-like cracks, and the center had collapsed by 30 centimeters. Fortunately, he had turned around in time. Otherwise, his entire body would have been turned into meat paste to fill up the cracks in the spider web. The sound of wind breaking rang out as the bear claw attacked. Reynolds raised his sword and flicked it sideways, causing sparks to fly between the metal and the bear claw. Reynolds took advantage of the situation to retreat a few steps, successfully neutralizing the brute force of the attack. Bear demons, on the other hand, relied on the advantage of their fleshly bodies. They mainly used the 4 basic means of attack: pouncing, clawing, biting, and fanning. If he had Erin's snowflakes in his hands, he would definitely be able to easily tear apart the bear demon's skin and bones. However, the tachi in his hand, which was made of ordinary metal, was obviously not that sharp. When he collided with the bear demon's nose with instantaneous flash, he even left a small nick on the blade. Reynolds narrowed his eyes as the muscles on his arms tightened. He did not dare to relax in the slightest when dealing with a monster of this level. A month or 2 ago, he could only secretly observe the bear demon from behind the bushes. He didn't expect that he could now. Reynolds's pupils shrank to the extreme as a gust of fishy wind assaulted him. This time, the bear demon chose to pounce and bite. Although the bear looked cumbersome, its explosive power and speed made it one of the top predators. Not to mention that this was an even more powerful bear demon. The bear demon's instantaneous burst of speed was magnified in Reynolds's eyes, but his neural reaction was unable to react so quickly. Move! Move! His thoughts sped up, and the skills panel lit up. Reynolds's body retreated out of the bear demon's attack range at a strange and smooth angle. It was as if he was pushed by someone while skating on ice. It lit up. Pust 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 pust. Hundreds of Irene curved blade flashes surrounded the bear demon and slashed wildly. The bear demon's originally tight and thick fur was now covered in blade marks. Blood flowed down its fur, and the stones that the bear demon stepped on were also cut into tofu pieces by the blade flashes. The man and the beast were stunned. Raw. The pain was transmitted to its nerve center. The bear demon roared angrily and continued to pounce on Reynolds. Reynolds took advantage of the situation to dodge again, but this time, there was no Irene blade flashes to accompany him. Reynolds heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Regardless of what those blade flashes were, they had consumed a lot of stamina. The 2 patrol members who were lying on the side were seriously injured. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. The dazzling Irene's spiral knife light had almost killed them all. Looking at the pile of rubble less than a meter away from their legs, the 2 swallowed at the same time. If it were the 2 of them, wouldn't they have been directly strangled into human flesh and blood? Reynolds ignored the 2 seriously injured patrol members. The weapon in his hand could only cause limited damage to the bear demon. Even the large-scale destruction caused by the use of just now only twisted the skin and flesh of some parts of the bear demon's body. The skin was injured but not the bones, and the power was pitifully small. Boom! Another loud noise. Reynolds jumped to another place. Every time he collided with the bear demon, he had to consume a lot of stamina. If this continued, he would be the first one who couldn't hold on. Ho tilde 2 white steam spurted out of the black giant nose. Although the large-scale strangling sword aura of the attack stream slash was weak, it caused many small wounds. The bear demon stood up again, staring at Xiao Budian who was not far in front of it. Reynolds was on standby. Reynolds blinked. He seemed to have seen something similar to the Irene flower mark under the bear demon's body. Was that the mark of Irene? Reynolds immediately thought back to that night when he lit it up. When you successfully dodge to the limit, every sword aura will cause 1 Irene mark to the enemy. Irene. Reynolds calculated silently in his mind. It was written clearly that when the enemy was marked by Irene, he could use instant flash to activate Return Blade and deal nearly 4 times the physical damage. But the most awkward thing was, he didn't know how to use Return Blade. How would he know if he didn't try? Reynolds took half a step back without batting an eyelid. Just as he bent his body, he burst into a blur and went straight through the bear demon. It's not working. He didn't use Return Blade. Alarm bells rang in Reynolds's heart, and he hurriedly raised his blade to the side. He also used the flowing attack slash, according to the rhythm just now. Crack. The bear demon's rapid turn caused the blade to shatter easily. Taking advantage of the resistance for a fraction of a second, it successfully used the flowing slash and brought Reynolds out of its attack range. Reynolds glanced at the broken sword in his hand, then glanced at the giant bear demon. He didn't have the ability to send that thing into the bear demon's ass. Todd, who hadn't slowed down to rest, ran to the shrine and shouted, "Brother Irene." Irene, who was praying in the shrine, felt her heart skip a beat. She hurriedly stood up. "What happened to my brother?" Irene ran to Todd's side and asked. Chapter 274. Huff tilde Todd, who was breathing heavily to replenish his oxygen supply, moved his lips. "Lady Irene, hurry, and inform the Master God that we have encountered a bear demon. Team leader and the others have been crippled." Erin's petite body trembled slightly. "Then, what about Lord Big Brother?" Todd bowed his head, panting for a while before he recovered. "Lord G asked me to go back to the village to call for help. At that time, I saw the captain being killed by the bear demon with a single slap. My mind went blank, then Lord G pulled out his sword and rushed forward. As soon as Todd raised his head, he saw Erin's eyes that looked like she wanted to devour him. Erin turned around and ran towards the meeting hall. Ignoring the people inside who were discussing matters, she pushed the door open and rushed in. "Father, brother has encountered a monster." At this time, Todd also rushed in and said, "Lord God, Captain didn't survive that monster's attack, Lord G. Todd spoke very quickly and explained everything clearly in a very short time. Old Fuline stood up and the villagers who came to the meeting also stood up. "You mean to say that Master G has the power to fight against that monster?" Todd's heart was cold. "Yes, Lord, Master G won't fall in a short time. If not." Old Fuline didn't wait for Todd to finish. Old Fuline turned his eyes to Irene. "Irene, go to the side hall to get the spirit sword. You and Todd go to support first. I will go and gather people." Irene slightly bowed and rushed to the side hall where the spirit sword was enshrined. After Todd and the God Lord had disappeared from the hall, the clansmen of the large clans gathered together finally dared to speak. "This witch has just appeared and encountered a disaster. It is a sign of disaster. Is it because of the well that the fox god was angry? Can't the witches communicate with the gods? But I heard that only a small number of witches can communicate with the gods. Not every generation of witches is qualified." Humph. The old man with silver hair who was sitting in the corner issued a cold snort. "Master G is guarding one side. Do you still have the mood to talk?" Irene was holding the spirit sword. She was quickly shuttling through the jungle. Her heart was full of Reynolds. "Brother, please don't let anything happen to you." This morning, as she sat in front of the temple, she felt uneasy, especially when her brother left. She subconsciously tugged at his sleeve, but, "Todd, faster." The young man's face flushed red. He was an elite member of the patrol team, but his physical strength was only slightly better than the ordinary patrol members. This round trip was already more than the ordinary patrol members could bear. Even he couldn't bear it. On the other hand, Lord Irene, whom they had thought would be the next generation witch of the shrine, was so strong that even Todd was surprised. "Rush out of this mountain and run straight ahead. After a while, you will reach a valley. You will see that monster in front of you. Lord G is there." "All right." The corner of Todd's eyes twitched. Erin, who wasn't even as tall as his chest, instantly sped up and easily shook him off. "Lady Irene." He also had to be careful of the low-level demons around him. "If there's anything wrong, return immediately." As soon as Todd shouted, Irene's figure had already disappeared. Inside the valley, Reynolds was no longer attacking the bear demon. Instead, he used the flowing attack slash to widen the distance between him and the bear demon. The bear demon's skin was too thick, and the broken blade in his hand could hardly cause any substantial damage to it. On the contrary, if he was hit by the bear demon's claw, it was not impossible for him to be cut into 3 halves. Roar. The bear demon saw that it couldn't catch the little bug in front of it and roared angrily. The wound caused by the 3 parts of the flowing attack slash had already scabbed over, and the slender fur was black and extremely ugly. This was already the 3rd time Reynolds had used the 3 parts of the flowing attack slash. Every time, it could be said that he was surrounded by danger. Jumping left and right around the bear demon, well, this word popped out of his mind. Bang, bang, bang. Like the beating of a drum during a grand ceremony, when the bear demon hit the left, he ran to the right. When the bear demon hit the right, he ran to the left. Gravel flew everywhere, and the field was in a mess. When the bear demon advanced, he retreated, trying his best not to have any close contact with this huge creature. The first time they came into contact, there was a gap on the blade. When he wanted to come into contact with it a second time, he was almost smashed into meat paste. When they came into contact for the second time, the sword broke, and he took the opportunity to use the flowing attack slash to escape. After that, Reynolds stopped. The bear demon actually turned around and left. Should I try its anus? Reynolds held the broken blade in his hand. Unfortunately, he did not have any confidence in his throwing skills. Reynolds carefully observed the bear demon's every move. It first came to the dead man and stomped him to death. Meat paste and blood splattered in all directions, forming an arc. Reynolds's expression fell. He knew that the bear demon had a certain level of intelligence, and was just trying to provoke him. Seeing the bear demon slowly walk toward the 2 heavily injured people, Reynolds's mouth still twitched. Smack. First, it hit the person's long blade to the side, and the right arm holding the long blade immediately shattered, lying limply in front of his chest. Then, without waiting for the person to shout, the bear demon opened its bloody mouth. Kai. The torn artery in the neck spurted out blood wantonly. The patrol member who was not dead yet used his last bit of strength to throw the long blade in his hand at the bear demon's face. It was useless. Bang! The huge bear paw fell, and his world went dark. Reynolds took a deep breath, and the pungent smell of blood was even stronger than before. The bear demon was eating, seemingly unprepared. The 2 people who were originally acquainted with each other were like the outsider in front of him, watching as the bear demon swallowed them into its stomach. Teleportation flash. The broken blade slashed at the bear demon's relatively fragile face. Reynolds was clearly slashing at the bear's eyes, but the feedback from the blade was that it hit the bones. When he landed, the alarm in his heart rang. He did not care about his slightly numb arm, and the flowing attack slash exploded again. His body moved strangely, and the bear claw slashed fiercely from behind. The strong wind brought about by it blew away Reynolds's short hair that reached his ears. TSK, TSK, TSK. The 3 sections of Irene's sword energy surrounded the bear demon and twisted crazily. Its fur was cut, its blood scabs were shattered, and even its bloody mouth had a few more hideous wounds. Blood dripped down, not knowing whether it was the patrol members or the bear demons. As soon as the claw wind passed and the bear claw landed, the bear demon pounced forward quickly, wanting to crush the ant with the force of Mount Tai. Brother. Reynolds rolled forward in a sorry state and looked up ahead. The familiar voice came from the entrance of the valley. Irene. Reynolds was shocked. Why are you here? Cat. Taking advantage of the bear demon's landing and being unable to move, the 8-stage Irene threw the long blade in her arms to Reynolds. Smack. Her hand was on the scabbard, and the unique hilt and sword guard could explain the identity of this blade. When she pulled it out, a touch of Irene's lake light appeared. Chapter 275. Reynolds listened to the system's voice and thought to himself, I fell into that old man's trap. With so many negative values, wouldn't I be angered to death if I had to rely on myself to produce them? Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. All this time, apart from being able to upgrade the Sheringan, what else could these negative values be used for? I've earned more than 50,000 this year. Come, system, I'll give you time to explain. Reynolds questioned the system in his mind. You can buy profession skills. For example, the poison heal skill that the host obtained is worth 20 million negative values. Does the host have any other questions? The system was not flustered and was even a little excited. Sorry to disturb you. Reynolds thought to himself, I can't afford it. The host should look at the cheap equipment. Seeing the host, the system has a dream, and that is to cultivate the host into a support with high mana, high HP, and high damage output. Please look at the equipment that you can afford in the system store. A screen appeared in front of Reynolds. Sapphire, increase soul power. Ruby, increase vitality, increase defense. Holy Grail. Damn. Your system is awesome. But the Holy Grail is a little expensive, 100,000 negative values. Reynolds immediately closed the interface. Well, I won't look. It's not that I don't have money, but I have no use for it at the moment. Saul saw the Mjolnir hammer and was extremely excited. He grabbed Tang San's hand and held onto the Mjolnir hammer, Tang San's hammer was held by Saul and immediately relaxed. Unlike the blue silver grass that did not consume any soul power, releasing the Mjolnir hammer once consumed almost all of Tang San's soul power. When Tang San's hammer was held by Saul, a kind of warmth was transmitted to Tang San and Tang San immediately relax. Twin martial souls. It's actually twin martial souls. My son, my son. Suddenly, Saul opened his powerful arms and pulled Tang San into his embrace. His black eyes were red, as if he had been crying hey, twin martial souls means he's your son. If he's not a twin martial soul, then he's not. Old man Reynolds quietly vented his dissatisfaction at the side. However, he did not speak loudly and no one could hear him. He also did not have the heart to destroy the warm scene in front of him. I can't hold it anymore, Dad. Tang San could not hold onto the Mjolnir anymore. Take it back, Saul said indifferently. Tang San obeyed the order and immediately dispersed his soul power. The Meow Meow hammer transformed into a black light and returned to Tang San's body. Just as he was wondering why he couldn't lift the hammer, which was formed from a combination of his mysterious heaven method and a special force in his body, all kinds of complicated emotions appeared on Saul's face. After a long time, he slowly said, remember, in your future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect your right hand and the grass in your brother's right hand, forever. This old thing is quite sentimental. I'll forgive you for what happened before Reynolds' eyes turned hot, and he turned his face to the side in an attempt to cool himself down. I can't let them see. That old man will definitely laugh at me. I'm leaving tomorrow, so I'll treat you better for now. I won't argue with you anymore. Tang San was baffled. He did not know what was going on. He nodded subconsciously and watched Saul return to his room. In the afternoon, Tang San was cooking, and Reynolds was supervising Tang San's cooking. Tang San was clearly thinking of something, and Reynolds knew what Tang San was thinking, but he didn't say it clearly. Some things can't be avoided. Third brother needs to experience it himself to understand it clearly. They will fight with the martial spirit hall sooner or later. Reynolds felt tired after standing for a while, so he went to the living room to lie down on the sofa. Saul came out after a while. He looked at Tang San, then went to sit beside Reynolds. He seemed to be hesitating, but after struggling for a while, he said to Reynolds, Little Four, do you want to become a spirit master? In this world, one has to walk the path sooner or later. Sometimes, I can't avoid it even if I want to, and it can't be decided even if I don't want to. After all, in this world. When I awakened my martial spirit in the wooden house that day, I realized that the rank 26 spirit master disdained to interact with us in this small village. Father you know me. It seemed that this was the first time Reynolds called Saul father, so he was a little speechless. Saul was also a little strange. Able to swim 3,000 miles, confident that one can live for 200 years. I can't stand those high and mighty eyes. We were born free, who dares to be high and mighty? I don't believe in fate. Whether it's the great path to the heavens or a single plank bridge, I believe that my fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. After saying this, Reynolds went to help Tang San carry the dishes. Saul was shocked after hearing Reynolds's words. This was the first time Reynolds showed his ability in front of him, so he knew how proud his youngest son was. After thinking for a long time, Saul smiled and said, Do you feel that I'm different? Do you want to give me confidence? Son, I'll drink this bowl of chicken soup. You can do whatever you want. After the meal, Saul carefully taught Tang San how to swing the hammer, and how to use the strength of the hammer. Reynolds was not surprised. He knew that his family, dating back to his ancestors, had all swung hammers. The talent of swinging hammers could be traced back to their blood. In the future, it could even transform into the Meow Meow hammer that was hundreds of meters long. That was the true body of the Meow Meow hammer, and it could beat those bastards from the Martial Spirit Hall to death. Reynolds saw Saul swing the hammer and hit the iron block like a storm. As if thinking of something, the light blue in his eyes faded, and it was followed by the scarlet Sheringan that was as red as blood. The two Tomo slowly rotated, carefully observing every muscle on Saul's body, using the legs to carry the waist, the belt to carry the back, and the back to carry the arms. Every time, the calves exert strength, and every time, the hammer bounces to the highest point before swinging the hammer again. This kind of relaying strength is very strange, and as the impurities in the iron block decrease, the hammer needs to be stronger than the previous one. This is the original work's wild splitting wind hammer technique. Reynolds seemed to have comprehended something. After a long time, until his soul power was not enough to support the Sheringan system, by a sapphire. Reynolds felt that his soul power was not enough, and directly bought a sapphire that could increase his soul power. It is recommended that the host buy a ruby to increase his physique. Otherwise, the host is too young, and there may be risk. By 20,000 negative value deducted. Ruby and sapphire fusion, according to the host's current strength, will increase the host's soul power by 50%, and increase the host's physique by 50%. After the fusion was successful, Reynolds did not care about how strong he was now, and seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. At a certain moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Can I fuse this hammer technique and monstrous strength together? Chapter 276. Reynolds immediately jumped over the wall and found a place where no one was around. He opened his Sheringan. The Sheringan's supervision and the addition of spirit allowed him to think clearly. Recalling the rhythm of Saul's muscles, Reynolds didn't rigidly control his muscles. Monstrous strength was the control of soul power. Afterward, he covered his fists and even any part of his body to produce a powerful force in an instant. Since Reynolds obtained the control of God-level soul power, it meant that his monstrous strength had reached its peak. Reynolds wisely used his soul power to flow through his body. According to Saul, a human had 3 hearts. The muscles on the 2 calves were the second and third hearts. If a person wanted to display their full strength, then it must be the result of 3 hearts working at the same time. Reynolds controlled his soul power to the muscles on his calves. At this moment, his calves suddenly had a huge force, the strength to smash a large rock. Reynolds controlled his breathing and tried hard to feel his heartbeat. He had used his Sheringan to find that the chaotic cloak 36 hammers seemed to follow the heartbeat. Because every beat of the heart was a powerful one, Reynolds carefully used his soul power to cover his waist, back, and arms. At this moment, he also had a huge force. Reynolds was afraid that the strength in his calves would be too great. When the force passed through these places, he would injure himself. Reynolds ran out quickly. His calves began to exert strength. The force went up to his thighs, through his waist, back, and arms. Finally, it was released. His heart exerted strength, and his waist was the axis. Because of the Sheringan, Reynolds could control the position of each of his punches. Boom. 12 Reynolds didn't expect that there would be an explosive sound. Moreover, after using the method of borrowing force to exert strength, Reynolds would punch out and wait for the inertia to reach the maximum before using the force to exert strength. It's suitable for group battles. Moreover, I can only throw 12 punches at the moment before I run out of soul power. It's too draining. It depends on the situation. Otherwise, I won't use it easily. However, this method of exerting strength from my calves can more than double the power of my monstrous strength punch. Of course, when I have more soul power in the future, I can try it. I have third brother, transient step, monstrous strength, extreme speed, and explosive strike. It's enough. If he couldn't win, then he would just run. Then what was the point of fighting? Reynolds had run out of soul power, so he could only walk home and secretly circulate the mysterious heaven method to replenish his soul power. The night seemed to be exceptionally long. Tang San was extremely uneasy because he was about to leave the outside world. He was somewhat uneasy. Lil 3, Lil 4, you guys go to sleep. I'll go buy some wine. Also, don't wake me up when you leave tomorrow morning. Saul seemed to be in a complicated mood. Reynolds was speechless. He had discovered yet another attribute of Saul's, thunder. Reynolds wasn't worried at all. When he left tomorrow, his old man would follow him if nothing went wrong. Not to mention that there would be a titled Doluor following him. His old man's strength was enough to challenge BB Dong, and this was under the condition of being injured. At that time, Reynolds wanted to see who would be unconvinced. Not convinced. Learn more about the 300-meter-long Mjolnir hammer. The next morning, Tang San carried his younger brother and went straight up the mountain for his routine training. Facing the morning sun, a gentle breeze blew at the peak of the mountain. Reynolds's sleepiness had long disappeared when he went up the mountain. The east was turning white, which was an omen of purple chi coming from the east. In an instant, purple ripples swirled in his eyes. The purple chi came quickly and left quickly as well. It only lasted for a few minutes. Little Jun, I've reached the minute subtlety realm, Tang San happily shared with Reynolds. Third brother, what's the minute subtlety realm? Reynolds expressed that even though he had read the original novel, realms and whatnot were too troublesome. Even if he had a photographic memory, he couldn't remember much. There was no other reason than that he had read too many novels. My 16G brain, forgive me for not being able to do it tilde hehe, it's different from the mysterious heaven skill which is divided into 9 levels. The purple demon eyes only have 4 levels: survey, minute subtlety, mustard seed, and vastness. You know all of these, I've told you before. Tang San smiled. Reynolds smiled but didn't say anything. If possible, he really wanted to say, third brother. I don't know, I skipped class back then. Besides, it's good enough that third brother knows. Why do I have to remember so much? As for how to distinguish the minute subtlety realm, Tang San handed Reynolds a leaf. You just need to be able to clearly see the tiniest lines on this leaf. Reynolds activated the purple demon eyes, and his face was full of surprise. Third brother, I didn't do it on purpose. I think I've already reached the minute subtlety realm. I don't know when. After Reynolds activated the purple demon eyes, the lines on the leaf couldn't be clearer. Reynolds guaranteed that he wasn't acting tough, he really didn't know. Maybe it was some kind of bonus from the sharingen. Haha, I'm fine. Tang San smiled bitterly. Reynolds looked at Tang San worriedly. After confirming that he was really fine, he was relieved. Reynolds let out a long breath. He was afraid that he might have provoked Tang San too much. Tang San was actually happy for Reynolds. However, he sighed with emotion. Comparisons were odious. He had originally thought that the purple demon eyes, which even the great elder of the Tang sect had maintained at the minute subtlety realm for his entire life, would be more difficult for Reynolds to cultivate. Who would have thought that this guy cultivated it for less than a year? The mysterious heaven skill's first stage was complete. Of course, it was also possible that this kid was born with the so-called soul power. He himself didn't know. But how could he explain the purple demon eyes? Forget it, why should I compete with little Jun? As long as he's happy, Tang San thought to himself. After returning home, the two brothers left a meal for Saul, and then old Jack came. Little 3, little 4, let's go out. Your father won't wake up. Old Jack said. Little Jun, leave a message for father. Tell father to eat. Take care of yourself. Tang San instructed. Oh. Reynolds obediently picked up a pen, picked up a piece of paper, and wrote a few words. After that, he spat and stuck it directly on Saul's bedroom door. Third brother, let's go. For some reason, Reynolds's eyes were burning. Because their home was near the village, the two brothers directly followed old Jack and left the village. Accompanied by the morning sun, Reynolds began a new journey. Saul came out the moment they stepped out of the house. He watched as his son left. When he returned to the house, he saw a piece of paper stuck on his bedroom door. Old man, the rice is in the pot, the dishes are on the table, eat well at home. Old man, wait until I'm successful in the city, then I'll bring you to Notting City. The village is better than the city. At that time, I'll take care of you. Chapter 277. Seeing the crooked handwriting, Saul's eyes instantly filled with tears. He immediately went to the kitchen, opened the lid of the pot, scooped rice, sat at the dining table, and ate like crazy. Even so, she couldn't stop the tears in her eyes. On the way, Tang-san, little Jun, are you crying? I didn't. Children, you can't bear to part with your father? Old Jack's face was full of kindness. Tang-san, he's our father after all. TSK, who can't bear to part with him? Reynolds said disdainfully. Little Jun, don't be rude. Tang-san chided. Ha ha ha. Old Jack laughed as he looked at Reynolds. Compared to those useless grandsons of mine, you guys are much better. Don't think too much about it. The world outside is very vast. Once you have the title of Soul Master, the country will give you a monthly subsidy. You can also save some for your family. Old Jack exhorted. Got it, Grandpa Jack. Good comrade Tang-san was still as polite as ever. Old man, I don't agree with your point of view. The great economist, Walter Day, Vicente Tang Xiao Sai, Ramo Shui, Shui da dun 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 why? Old Jack was intimidated. Tang-san also reacted for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that there was something extraordinary in the middle of the name, he would probably have been fooled as well. Tang-san didn't expose Reynolds. Instead, he changed the topic. Grandpa Jack, tell us what the academy is like. Reynolds felt it was a pity seeing this. He initially wanted to spread the economic concept of leading the Holy Spirit village to a prosperous life to the old village chief, who was not a bad person. Jack, of course the academy is a place for learning. Our village hasn't had working students for many years. The elementary academy only teaches the basics, and the intermediate academy teaches more advanced things. Of course, if you can't pass the graduation exam, you won't be able to graduate. After that are the advanced academies. Even our Heaven Do Empire only has 2 advanced academies. Those who graduate from those advanced academies are all in theft as nobles. And then there's the Soul Master. After listening for a while, Reynolds stopped listening. He knew that old Jack only had a very simple understanding of Soul Masters, and didn't explain in detail. He still had to figure out the real situation himself. After all, he was in contact with beings of flesh and blood in this world. The distance from the Holy Spirit village to Notting City was not far. The 3 of them walked, and by noon, they could already see the city walls from afar. At noon, he simply ate some dry food and went into the city. Although Notting City was not big, its walls were thick. The 3 of them passed the inspection and entered the city just like the other passers-by. Little 3, little 4, Grandpa will send you to the academy in a bit, and then I'll leave. You must work hard. I hope that the next time I see you, you'll be a Soul Master. Grandpa will come and pick you up after the semester ends. Old Jack exhorted. Grandpa Jack, aren't you going to stay in the city for a few more days? Tang-san seemed to be in an unfamiliar environment for the first time. He was a little flustered. I don't want to. Instead of staying here once, I might as well eat a few more meals at home. Besides, I really can't afford to stay here. The academy is just ahead. Following old Jack's finger, a tall arched door appeared. The arched door was 20 meters tall and 10 meters wide. It was made of stone. Little 4, are you going to be a self-funded student? Do you want to go by yourself, or do you want me to accompany you to the registration line? Jack asked. I'll go by myself. You can accompany my 3rd brother. Reynolds waved his hand helplessly, his face full of reluctance. This academy was divided into self-funded students, working students, and noble student. Self-funded students were the children of ordinary families whose families could afford the tuition fees. Noble students were the children of the rich and powerful in Notting City, as well as the children of nobles. Working students, tuition fees, and accommodation were free. Therefore, the registration was divided into 3 groups. self-funded students, 2 teachers for the noble students, and a gatekeeper for the working students. In the Doluor continent, they were called gatekeepers. Reynolds waited in line while glancing at Tang San's side to avoid any accident. Phew tilde, it seems like the gatekeeper is looking down on people tilde. Reynolds heard an argument from the other side. What innate full soul power? Your martial spirit hall certification might be fake. Reynolds saw the disdain in the gatekeeper's eyes, and his words were deliberately making things difficult for him. His voice was very loud, attracting everyone's attention. What kind of lousy village is this? You old man, take your children away. Don't try to trick people. The gatekeeper's words were tricky. What did you say? Old Jack hated it when people said bad things about the village. He directly pushed the gatekeeper over, starting with a dog. Forget it, third brother can handle it. Reynolds memorized the gatekeeper's appearance. He ignored him. Sure enough, Tang San blocked the gatekeeper who wanted to hit old Jack. Using his strength, he pushed the gatekeeper over. Stinking brat, you're courting death. The gatekeeper stood up fiercely. When he finished speaking, Reynolds's expression abruptly changed. A frost-like coldness enveloped him as his eyes suddenly turned red. Stop. A loud shout attracted Reynolds's attention. The gatekeeper was stunned for a moment, then flattered. The change was so fast that it could be said that it was hard to imagine. He really was like a dog. Master, you're back. Master. Reynolds put away his sharingen. He knew that third brother's benefactor had come. He also respected this master very much. After all, the other party really relied on his wisdom to make a living. I don't know if the master's martial spirit theory is useful to me. I also have a trash martial spirit. Innate full soul power. In the original work, the master deduced that third brother has twin martial spirit. Forget it, I'll tell third brother. Don't let the master know. Reynolds smiled and continued to cue. The master was a man of medium build and slightly thin. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His appearance was very ordinary, but his temperament was very special. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a trace of decadence. Reynolds thought, is decadence popular now? The matter was resolved in an instant. After that, Reynolds saw the master lead Tang San in. When Reynolds saw this scene, he was relieved. After registering, he went to the dormitory full of anticipation. He went to the dormitory to take a look. Liar. Liar. Reynolds looked at the 2 small buildings in front of him and said sadly, didn't we say that men and women would live together and exchange feelings? Why is third brother's side allowed? Reynolds looked at the 2 small buildings in front of him. One of them said female dormitory and the other said male dormitory. He was furious. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have come. Although Reynolds said so, he still walked to the dormitory. If he didn't know that the original work said that there were benefits here, he really didn't want to go to school. After more than 10 years of school in his previous life, when he thought of 6 years of school here, Reynolds felt that there was nothing left to live for. Why does third brother have a fragrant little lowly, Xiao Wu, but I have nothing? Reynolds was so resentful that his face was full of don't touch me. Just like that, he walked into the male dormitory. What he didn't know was that along the way, there were many cute and beautiful young ladies. When they saw him, their eyes lit up, but when they saw his unhappy face, they walked into the female dormitory in fear. Chapter 278. From the form in his hand, Reynolds knew that he was staying on the 2nd floor, which was an 8-person dorm. Once he entered the dorm, Reynolds ignored the other 7 brats in the room. He found his own bed and laid down expressionlessly. The dorm was very big, and there was ventilation. The air circulation was good, and Reynolds noticed everything in an instant. Yes, other than the many people in the room, Reynolds felt that everything was okay. Yes, it's livable, Reynolds thought, and then wanted to rest for a while. After all, he had walked for half a day, and his small body felt very tired. But where there were people, there was bound to be trouble, and trouble usually came from fighting. Hey, kid, you look okay. I'll let you be my number 1 underling. At this time, a red-haired boy in Reynolds's room sat up and patted Reynolds's shoulder, as if he had high hopes for him. Little red hair, stop dreaming. Go to sleep, you can have anything in your dreams. Reynolds was about to fall asleep when he felt someone patting him. He was a little speechless. He was not in the mood to play games with these brats. What did you say? Don't you know that I'm the boss of this dorm? And my name is Hongchuan, not Red Hair. The boy named Hongchuan was angry when he heard Reynolds call him that. Brat, don't be so shameless. The boss is giving you face by letting you be his underling. At this time, another person in the dorm said, "Oh, you're still in the mood." Reynolds sat up and ignored the so-called boss and his lackeys. He only knew that if he did not tame these brats, he would die of exhaustion. Bang! Reynolds immediately disappeared from the bed. His figure turned into a phantom, and in just a few moves, he directly knocked down the 7 people surrounding him in the dormitory. From now on, you're our boss. Hongchuan made the final decision, and the evil forces in Notting Academy were formed. Sigh. I didn't want to do this, but since you're my underlings, then you'll be under my protection. You'll manage them for me. Reynolds was tired. He did not want to worry about these trivial adult matters every day. Then, he patted Hongchuan's shoulder. Why me? Hongchuan was so touched that tears welled up in his eyes. Reynolds was speechless. Big brother, where did you learn this attitude of a fine steed meeting a bull? Reynolds thought for a while, and said earnestly, I can see that you have the potential to be a second brother. Be a scumbag and strive to be even more of a bastard tomorrow. Yes, boss. Hongchuan's blood boiled after he heard it. The corner of Reynolds's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, has this guy watched too many gangsters? But there were no gangsters in the Doluor continent. Forget it, sleep. However, just as he laid down, he was knocked awake by someone. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was still Red Hair. Second bro, what's the matter? Reynolds acted like a big brother. Big brother, look, these are the food that our brothers brought from home. Take a look, they're all for you. As soon as the red-haired man finished speaking, Reynolds saw the other 6 people each holding something in their hand. Reynolds's heart Hongchuan all right, thank you for your concern. But I'll take some of the food. You guys can keep the rest for yourselves. After all, it's not easy for your family. Reynolds was very considerate. Woo-woo, you're the best boss I've ever met. You'll be my boss forever, one of the chubby boys cried. Reynolds felt his eyes brimming with tears. What the hell is this? But Reynolds still said, don't cry, little fatty. We're all brothers. Isn't this normal? If you get bullied in the academy, come find me. Boss, we can't not help you when you're in trouble. Another kid said. Yes. The other kids said resolutely. After that, Reynolds couldn't sleep anymore. He took some food from his underlings and went to look for Todd with a handful of delicious food. Millimeter, the dried sweet potatoes are pretty good. Little Fatty's mama's cooking is pretty good. The sweet potatoes are good too. Reynolds nodded in satisfaction. Then, he asked a passerby for directions to the working student dormitory. Afterwards, he set off for the working student dormitory. There were only 7 dormitories for working students. These 7 dormitories were a special existence in the academy, and the conditions were the worst. They were meant for working students to live in. The academy wasn't a charity. Although the working students' tuition was waived, they weren't treated as well as ordinary students. Damn, this is really a shared dormitory. Although the conditions aren't good, men and women can live together. I'm so jealous. How can those stinking brats be as good as little Lollis? Reynolds sent an envious emoticon. Which grade are you in? A female teacher walked over at this moment. Reynolds was too conspicuous. In this world, he was dressed in Han Chinese clothing. The clothes on Doluor were relatively modern. Big sister, you're so pretty. Reynolds flattered. Ha ha ha, you really know how to talk. The female teacher didn't question Reynolds, who only reached her waist. In her eyes, he was just a bunch of kids. Then can you tell me why you're here? The female teacher's face was no longer expressionless. Women. Reynolds snorted inwardly. Big sister, I'm here to look for my older brother. His name is Todd. Reynolds used his killer move. His childish voice, coupled with his cute appearance and his irresistible fawning, made the female teacher melt. Tilda, the female teacher, kissed Reynolds. Reynolds smiled bitterly in his heart. F***ck, I've been taken advantage of. Come, follow me to the list. The female teacher led Reynolds to the dormitory teacher's lounge. All right, your brother Todd is in 7th house. He's on the far side. Do you want Big Sister to take you there? The female teacher asked gently. No, thank you, Big Sister. Reynolds wanted to get away from this place. Tilda, what a good child. You're trying to trick me into giving birth to a boy. The female teacher was overjoyed. She rubbed her belly. When they arrived at 7th house, although there were more than 50 beds, Reynolds immediately spotted Todd. A girl was fighting with him over a blanket. The girl was pretty and looked to be about the same age as Todd. Her height was also almost the same. Her pretty little face was rosy. Her pink skin was like ripe honey. Her long black hair was combed into a scorpion braid that reached her waist. This girl must be Little Wu, my future sister-in-law. Reynolds was overjoyed. This little girl was undoubtedly cute. Third brother. Reynolds shouted from afar. Little Jun. Todd was pleasantly surprised. Hey, Little 3, is this your younger brother? The girl nudged Todd and asked. She was very curious. Why is this person dressed differently from us? Chapter 279. Yes, Xiao Wu. He's my brother, Todd said confidently. Little Jun, are you done on your side? Todd also came up to him. Yes, I'll come to you as soon as I'm done. Reynolds lied without blushing or panting. Reynolds, third brother, I'm not sleeping. Tilda, third brother, this girl is so cute. I want her to be my sister-in-law. Reynolds whispered. Little Jun, don't talk nonsense. His brother's words were shocking. Todd was speechless. His mental age was already over 30 years old. He had no interest in a little girl. Reynolds pretended not to hear anything. He had already taken precautions. What if his sister-in-law ran away? Rabbits run pretty fast. Reynolds greeted Xiao Wu as if they were old friends. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiao Wu? Todd had already covered his eyes. This kid didn't know what Xiao Wu was capable of. He couldn't bear to see his brother get beaten up. And it was a girl. But the tragedy that Todd had imagined didn't happen. Xiao Wu asked suspiciously, You, say it. What does sister-in-law mean? Sister-in-law means boss. But I'm telling you, I'm the boss from now on. Reynolds wanted to confirm his position in the family. He couldn't change just because his sister-in-law came. Ahaha, I'll ask you again. Who's the boss? Xiao Wu was doubtful, but her position as the boss was unquestionable. I am. Reynolds didn't give in. Smack. Don't get me wrong, but Reynolds was kicked out by this cute girl. Reynolds covered his face and struggled to walk back. I'll ask you again. Who's the boss? Xiao Wu was obsessed with the boss question. I am. Reynolds thought to himself. He couldn't give in. Smack. Don't get me wrong again. Reynolds was sent flying again. Reynolds covered his back with his soul power. Luckily, he was fine. I'll ask you again. Hihi, who's the boss? Xiao Wu walked over and asked cutely. I am. Reynolds couldn't change his mind. Smack. A beautiful arc appeared in the dormitory room. Okay, who's the boss now? Sister-in-law is. Reynolds raised his little hand. Why didn't you say so earlier? Really, I'll forgive you since you're my third brother. Xiao Wu laughed. But is sister-in-law really the boss's idea? Xiao Wu felt a little strange. Of course, it's the only name that can be used to describe a unique female boss like you. Reynolds immediately replied. Reynolds lied without blushing or panting. He could easily deceive his sister-in-law. __ Reynolds revealed a harmless smile. Silly, very cute. Seeing this, Xiao Wu no longer had any doubts. In her previous life, when she was young, Reynolds once said to Lin Miao Miao hubby meant brother. After that, Lin Meow Meow called Reynolds in front of the adults, "Hubby." After that, there was no after. Lin Meow Meow was beaten up by Wang Shengnan. Reynolds glanced at the indifferent Todd and thought to himself, "Third brother, I've been worried sick about you." Hey, sister-in-law, you only have one blanket, right? Ian, you can share a blanket with my brother. My brother is very clean. Reynolds's words were shocking once again. Todd was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "Little Jun? Brother, do you have the heart to watch such a lovely girl like sister-in-law catch a cold at night?" Reynolds nudged Xiao Wu with his arm. That's right, Tilda." Xiao Wu played along. Fine. Reynolds was melted by her cuteness. Todd pondered for a moment. All right. Reynolds thought to himself, looks like my third brother is the same. Sister-in-law, look, I've brought you delicious food. Reynolds took out the food that he had wrapped up earlier. It was the food that his younger brother had given him out of filial piety. He spread it out on the bed. Wow, little Junzi, you're the best. Dried sweet potatoes, pumpkin pie. They're all my favorites. Come, let's eat together. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. She told Reynolds to dig in. Reynolds's eyes lit up as well. It seemed that he had met a foodie. When Todd saw this scene, he didn't know why, but he felt at ease for no reason. A special feeling welled up in Todd's heart, as if it was the will of the heavens. He smiled. Amidst the bickering, the relationship between the three of them had become much closer. At this moment, Sister Xiao Wu, third brother, is this guy from our dorm too? A voice rang out. Reynolds glanced sideways and saw a chubby teenager 2 heads taller than him. He had a round face and a buzz cut. However, Reynolds wasn't the type to talk to anyone, so he kept his silence. Wang Sheng, little Jun, this is Wang Sheng. He's in year 6 and he's in the same dorm as me. Todd introduced Wang Sheng. I'm Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the war tiger. Brother, are you a working student too? Wang Sheng laughed. No, I'm not. I'm a self-funded student, Todd's younger brother, Reynolds. Reynolds decided to give Todd face in the end. In that case, I'll be the host today. Let's go to the cafeteria for dinner. Wang Sheng smiled amiably as soon as he heard that Reynolds was Todd's younger brother. The working students led Reynolds and the other 2 straight to the cafeteria. Wang Sheng, my roommates are here. I'll go get them so you can get to know each other, in case there's any misunderstanding later, Reynolds said as he walked past Wang Sheng's dorm. He told Wang Sheng directly. There were a lot of working students, and their influence in this school wasn't small. They were very useful in many ways. Soon, Reynolds called out Redhead and the others from his dormitory. Fortunately, everyone had the idea of knowing one more person so that they wouldn't be bullied, so they all became friends. Of course, Reynolds refused Wang Sheng's treat in the end. After all, they were all working students and didn't have much money. They arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria had 2 floors. Wang Sheng said, "Third brother, Sister Xiao Wu, from now on, we'll be going to the first floor. You can get your own food on the first floor and the school provides the tableware. The second floor is just like the restaurants outside. There are waiters and you can order your own food." Reynolds frowned. He wanted to go to the second floor. Little Jun. Todd saw what Reynolds was thinking and stopped him. Lil 4 is still young. He needs to interact with other kids. Thus, Todd stopped Reynolds's unsociable behavior. Little Junzi, you want to go to the second floor? I want to go too, but I don't have soul coins. Xiao Wu pouted. Sister-in-law, just call me Lil 4. Reynolds corrected himself when he heard Xiao Wu call him Lil 4. Lil 3, Lil 4, you two really are a family. Xiao Wu smiled happily after discovering the secret. She then asked, Lil 3, Lil 4, do you have 2 older brothers? No, Brother Yulin is my older brother. That's all. Reynolds explained. Sister-in-law? Sister Xiao Wu, are you Brother Yulin's girlfriend? Wang Sheng's eyes lit up when he heard Reynolds's words. His eyes lit up. Chapter 280. No, why would you say that? Xiao Wu was confused. But why is little Jun calling you sister-in-law? Xiao Wu realized what was going on at Wang Sheng's words, and she blushed. She yelled at the top of her lungs, little brother Tang, sister-in-law. Xiao Wu, this is a misunderstanding. Reynolds glared at Wang Sheng. He hadn't expected this guy to ruin his plan. You're dead. Xiao Wu grabbed Reynolds by the neck. However, another voice interrupted them. Hey, isn't that Wang Sheng and his paupers? Xiao Wu's attention was distracted by the commotion, and Reynolds immediately escaped. Reynolds also looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of finely dressed students standing on the stairs between the first and second floors. They were looking down at them. Paupers will always be paupers. They'll never eat on the second floor. The teenager who had spoken earlier continued to taunt them. Who do you think you are? What's so great about the second floor? Xiao Wu took it upon herself to stand up for the working students. Hey, what a pretty little girl. Why don't you come and play with your big brother? Don't play with those paupers. The finely dressed teenager's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Wu. He raised an eyebrow and winked in what he thought was a charming manner. Play my ass. Xiao Wu exploded. She wanted to rush up to them and beat them up. Xiao Wu. Todd hugged her so that she wouldn't have to fight them alone. Chem. Reynolds was overjoyed. Third brother is hugging Xiao Wu. Sob, the Tang family will finally have a successor. Third brother, the iceberg, is finally interested in women. No, girls. Reynolds was happy to see this. He thought to himself, you two can hug each other a little longer if you like it. If third brother knows how to hug, then I'll hug him more in the future. Reynolds nodded in satisfaction. He felt as if his little pig had finally learned how to eat. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the fear in the eyes of the working students behind him. They were backing away from him. An idea popped into his head. You guys want to stay out of this? You want us to face these people alone? Not a chance. You don't want to go, do you? I want you guys to go. Reynolds thought for a while and then said loudly, you're not the one who's going to fight. You're a girl, so how can you go out and fight with others? Just stay where you are and be as pretty as a flower. Third brother, hold her tight. Men like us can just fight with them. Brothers, are you afraid? When Reynolds said the last sentence, he turned around and looked at everyone. Don't be afraid. Redhead and Reynolds's other roommates were the first to shout. Their gazes towards Reynolds were filled with fanaticism. Of course, the working students were all looking at Reynolds with fear, disdain, and hatred. Reynolds nodded slightly. Everyone's appearance was memorized in his heart. You're not as good as your brother. Xiao Wu didn't know that much. He directly attacked Todd. Todd watched as his younger brother led a group of people up. He knew what his younger brother was capable of. He thought of that abnormal strength of his younger brother. In his heart, he silently mourned for those well-dressed students for a while. But when he heard Xiao Wu's words, he wasn't angry. He directly explained, little Jun understood what I meant, that's why he said that. Do you know? If you had gone up on your own, you would have been the one fighting those people. Of course, little Jun and I would have helped you. As for our working student roommates, including Wang Sheng, they wouldn't have gone up at all. You wanted to fight with them just then. Did you know that? They all acted like it had nothing to do with them. They were all retreating and watching the show. Your brother is so naughty. He took those people who didn't want to fight with him up there. Xiao Wu muttered. However, when she thought of Reynolds, she recalled how Reynolds had called her sister-in-law. Instinctively, she assumed that Todd had told him to do that. Hence, she yelled at Todd, your brother is even worse. You're so bad. After that, her mind was a mess. He told his brother to call her sister-in-law. Was he interested in her? That was so annoying. So annoying. The more she thought about it, the more Xiao Wu blushed. Why are you blushing? Todd asked. Let go of me. Xiao Wu whispered. Oh, okay. Only then did Todd realize that he was still holding Xiao Wu in his arms. Feeling her in his arms, he felt something strange. The air seemed to freeze. Xiao-san. Yes. Todd turned around and saw the master. Sir, you're here to eat too. Clearly, Todd had become the master's disciple. Yes. Xiao-san, come with me to the second floor. The master patted Todd on the shoulder. Wait. Todd turned around and smiled at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, let's go. Come with me and the master. Can I go to the second floor too? Xiao Wu asked expectantly. Xiao-san, this is. The master asked curiously. Sir, this is my sister. Can she eat with us on the second floor? Todd explained. Of course. As long as she's Xiao-san's friend. Let's go eat. The master laughed heartily. Hence, the three of them went to the second floor from the other side of the cafeteria. But, they seem to have forgotten someone. Hey, are they going to fight? A total of 5 11 or 12-year-old boys saw Reynolds and his group, but they were not afraid. Instead, they came down the stairs with disdain in their eyes. That's good. Exercise before eating. Maybe your appetite will be better. A green-haired boy took off his outer robe and put it on the ground. Little Jun, be careful. They are all over rank 10 and have obtained their first soul ring. Their abilities are not something we can compete with. Wang Sheng was the most senior here and knew the most. How dare you call me Little Jun? Reynolds said coldly. He turned his head and looked up. Even though Wang Sheng was 2 heads taller than him, he did not want to look up at him. Wang Sheng heard those cold words and felt a chill run down his spine. The boy in front of him seemed to have taken off his disguise. Those light blue eyes looked like they were about to devour someone. From now on, if you want to be taken care of by me, you just have to remember that what I say is right. You are not allowed to comment on what is right or wrong. Reynolds directly declared his rule over these children. Why? Wang Sheng was not convinced. Of course, there were also some other voices. Reynolds did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he walked towards the 5 noble students. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. No, kill the monkey to warn the chicken. Boy, you want to be a big brother? But have you obtained your first soul ring? Has your soul power reached rank 10? Can you use your martial soul? Ha ha ha. The 5 people looked at Reynolds mockingly. Do I need to use my martial soul to fight you? Reynolds raised his head and smiled coldly. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Chapter 281. You're still so young. It seems you need to be taught a lesson. That's right. Before he could finish his sentence, the black-haired youth was kicked out of the room. When did this happen? Heavens, what kicked him out? The working students were in an uproar. Did he have a helper? The remaining 4 youths looked around cautiously. Ha ha. Reynolds dodged to the side, a disdainful smile on his face. Todd had taught him some fighting techniques back in the Holy Spirit village. Reynolds's disdain grew when he saw that the 4 youths didn't release their martial souls. If they did, he would be in trouble. Transient step. Go. Reynolds immediately appeared beside the other youth and grabbed his arm. With one hand holding the youth's hand and the other holding the youth's waist, he exerted a little force and threw him across the sky. You're too small. Fighting like this is too tiring. If Reynolds hadn't secretly used his monstrous strength, he wouldn't have been able to throw the youth away. Martial soul, sword. The green-haired youth caught sight of Reynolds. He released his martial soul. A thin long sword appeared in his hand, and a yellow 100-year soul ring appeared above his head. First soul skill, swift sword. The youth's long sword transformed into a blur of light as it swept toward Reynolds. But before it could touch Reynolds, the youth was sent flying with a punch. Run. The remaining 2 youths didn't even have the will to fight. Run. TCH, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. Reynolds didn't use Transient Step again. Instead, he used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, which consumed less soul power. Where do you think you're going? Reynolds easily caught up to the 2 youths, a smile on his face. When the 2 of them heard the sound, they looked at Reynolds in a daze before letting out a strange cry. Hey! Reynolds froze in place. He stared at the 2 youths speechlessly. Bang, 2 idiots. Reynolds saw the 2 youths slam into the wall. Hey! Don't come over. One of them held his head. When he saw Reynolds walking towards him, he ignored the pain and leaned against the wall, screaming in fear. "Ha ha." Reynolds bent down and lightly tapped the wall beside the youth's ear with his fist. "Catcher." The wall was like a spider web, with cracks spreading out in all directions from the center. Looking at the cracked wall, everyone was dumbfounded. None of them were fools. They wouldn't think that this was caused by years of disrepair. "The 5 of you will have to pay protection fees in the future. I'm not a bandit." 1, 3, 5, 100 copper soul coins. 2, 4, 6, 300 copper soul coins. Yes, 500 on Sunday. Reynolds directly announced the fates of these 5 people. "This small amount of money is nothing to you, right?" Reynolds squinted and asked. It's nothing. Even if it's a little more, it's nothing. Just treat it as a token of respect for you." The leading green-haired youth said with a smile. "Then I'll give you a little more. I can't let you down. After all, it's hard to refuse your kindness." Reynolds was in a difficult position. He was already a little apologetic about taking the money, but the other party insisted on adding more money. He had no other choice. The green-haired youth thought to himself, "Since when did you see us being unable to refuse your hospitality?" "I was just being polite. Second brother, come here." Reynolds waved his hand. "Coming, big brother." The loyal lackey, Hongchuan, reported to you. "Yes, not bad. In the future, their money will be handed to you. 1, 3, and 5, 200 copper soul coins per person per day. On Tuesday, 4, and 6, 400 copper soul coins per person per day. On Sunday, 500 copper soul coins per person. Let me calculate, each person will have 2,300 copper soul coins. 5 people, a total of 11,500 copper soul coins. When the time comes, each of you will have to leave 500 copper soul coins and leave the remaining 8,000 copper soul coins to me." Reynolds naturally couldn't forget his roommates who had responded to him so enthusiastically just now. "Yes, big brother." The red-haired youth and the other roommates were immediately moved beyond word. "What are you crying for? If you can't even handle such a small matter, don't call me big brother in the future." "We definitely won't disappoint big brother," Reynolds's 7 roommates shouted in unison. "Yes, I'm very relieved. Hey Tilda, where did third brother and the others go?" Reynolds returned to the cafeteria and looked around. He didn't see Todd and the others. "Xiao Wu doesn't have money. Third brother will definitely go to the first floor to save money," Reynolds thought as he went to the first floor. However, when he entered the cafeteria, Reynolds scanned the large cafeteria with his Sharingan and didn't see Todd and Xiao Wu. Could it be that they went on a date? Aya, third brother has finally been enlightened. It wasn't easy. As expected of someone who transmigrated back to this world. He knows that dating has to start from a young age. Looks like this sister-in-law won't be able to run away. Here. My Tang family is going to have a successor. Reynolds happily ran to the second floor. It's impossible to eat from the same pot. It's impossible in this lifetime. I've been hanging out in the cafeteria in my previous life. I definitely can't continue hanging out in the cafeteria in this life. Otherwise, I'll lose face. But third brother really isn't a good friend. He doesn't want his younger brother anymore after he has a girlfriend. Reynolds was wild with joy as he ran to the second floor. At the same time, he was condemning Todd in his heart. However, when he entered the second floor, 3 figures at a table in the center immediately attracted Reynolds's attention. "So we ran into a master. Looks like the master is treating us." With third brother's diligent and thrifty appearance, there's no way he would come to the second floor. Reynolds thought for a moment and understood the cause and effect. Reynolds continued to walk forward. He wanted to see what this legendary second floor was selling. Don't misunderstand. Reynolds couldn't leave. Why would he leave when someone was treating him? It would be a waste if he didn't eat. After buying some food, Reynolds walked to the master and the others. As for Todd, he was asking the master some questions while Xiao Wu was on the side dealing with the dishes on the table. TSK. Some people don't want their younger brother anymore after they have a girlfriend. Public morals are degenerating day by day. Third brother, your character of prioritizing a girl over your younger brother is exposed. Reynolds walked to the seat next to Xiao Wu and sat down. And you, little girl, you look quite kind. I've been fighting for you outside. Give me back my dried sweet potatoes and figs. Reynolds said unkindly to Xiao Wu. Todd, Xiao Wu. Todd and Xiao Wu were embarrassed. They had forgotten about Reynolds. The two of them looked at each other and quickly avoided each other. Their faces were a little red. Xiao-san, this is. The master didn't know Reynolds. He just felt that this strangely dressed boy was quite extraordinary. Oh, master, this is my younger brother. The biological brother I told you about. Todd introduced him to the master first. Then, he said guiltily to Reynolds, I'm sorry, little June. I forgot about you for a moment. Forget it. I forgive you. Reynolds waved his hand. He didn't care at all. Chapter 282. What about me? What about me? Little 4, forgive me. Leah was a kind-hearted person. She felt rather guilty for forgetting about a friend she had just met. You? No, I won't forgive you. Reynolds wanted to tease his sister-in-law. No, you must forgive me. Wait, something's not right. Little 4, we're not done with that matter yet, and you're already threatening me. Paige, we're done. Done for half a year. Leah suddenly recalled that Reynolds had called her sister-in-law. She then glared at Todd and said to Reynolds in dissatisfaction. Hey. Reynolds thought to himself, sure enough, girls are good at holding grudges. However, for the sake of his sister-in-law, he decided to show his style. Hee, Leah tilde big sister Leah, tilde I have some glue here tilde let's re-establish our friendship tilde Reynolds said flatteringly. Then, he took out the things he had just bought and handed them to Leah. Carrots tilde Leah instantly smiled. However, she thought to herself, no, I can't let him off so easily. Thus, Leah purposely put on a stern face, but her eyes were wandering about the carrots. No, one stick of glue isn't enough. Then I'll take care of all your carrots from now on, big sister Leah. Reynolds understood and waved his hand. He said without any lack of money. All right, I forgive you. Leah smiled and took the carrots from Reynolds' plate. She happily ate them. Ha ha ha. Todd and Fane laughed when they saw this scene. Little 3's brother and this girl are both good kids. Fane thought to himself. Then, he said, Little 3. Little Lynn, can I call you that? Fane, you're still the best. The way Reynolds looked at Fane changed. He thought to himself, look at this guy's character. He's not like my old man, who calls me Little 4 without even moving. However, Reynolds still said, Fane, you can call me Little 4 like Leah. Okay. Fane nodded and continued, tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Classes will officially begin the day after tomorrow. However, this is just a waste of time for you guys. As far as I know, all of you have innate full soul power, right? After Fane finished speaking, he looked deeply at Reynolds. It was as if he wanted to see through Reynolds. Did Fane discover my abnormality? Reynolds felt inexplicably flustered. It's all third brother's fault. It seems like he told them about my situation. In order for the two of you to continue cultivating, I'll be leading Little 3 to capture a soul ring tomorrow. Do the two of you want to come along? Fane didn't mention this matter again. Instead, he asked Reynolds and Leah, I'm not going. I want to familiarize myself with the academy tomorrow. Leah refused. Reynolds knew that Leah was transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, so there was no need for him to hunt for a soul ring. So Reynolds said, Leah, if you don't want to go, third brother, give sister Leah some money and let her have some fun. When we come back tomorrow, third brother will treat us to a meal, right? Third brother? Although Todd did not understand Reynolds's intentions, he would never refuse his younger brother's request. He smiled and said, that's right. Leah, have fun tomorrow. When we come back, I'll treat you to a meal. Just as Leah was about to say something, Reynolds beat her to it and said, Sister Leah, we're friends. There's no need to be so calculative. Millimeter. Hearing Reynolds and Todd's words, Tears welled up in Leah's eyes and she nodded vigorously. The next day the first thing Erin said when she woke up in the morning was that third brother and Leah had slept together last night. In order for third brother not to give up, she urged him to get married every day. "Oh Tilda, I'll wash my hair. After that, I'll find third brother and Leah to have a meal and observe the situation. Fane said that we're going to hunt for soul rings today." Erin immediately washed up. In the morning, Erin did not feel like talking. She gave Reynolds 2,000 copper soul coins and told him to give it to Leah. After that, she and Reynolds went to Fane's residence to look for him. Fane lived in a room on the top floor of the dormitory building. The room was not big, only about 30 square meters. A bookshelf filled with all kinds of books attracted Erin's attention. She thought to herself, as expected of Fane, "Look at his reading volume. It's about the same as the amount of web novels I read in my previous life." Erin secretly admired Fane. Fane sat on the ground and asked, "Tell me about the direction you want to develop yourselves." Not only was Fane sitting on the ground, but Reynolds and Erin were also sitting on the ground. Fortunately, there was a thick blanket on the ground. "Hey, teacher, can you tell me about the direction we want to develop ourselves?" Reynolds didn't know anything. Erin also thought the same. Generally speaking, there are only two types of martial souls: beast martial souls and tool martial souls. Plant-type martial souls are also included in tool martial souls. The same goes for your blue-silver grass. However, every martial soul has a different direction of development. For example, food type, reconnaissance type, battle type, healing type, control type, etc. Now, before you obtain soul rings, you must first decide on the direction of your martial soul's development. The cultivation of a soul master's martial soul must develop in a certain direction. After Fane finished speaking, Erin immediately became agitated, and said, "Fane, what you're saying is that before you become a soul master, you have to decide on the direction of your development. When you obtain a soul ring and add an attribute to your martial soul, for example, I'll choose an auxiliary type soul ring. Later on, when I obtain a soul ring, I'll choose to add an auxiliary attribute to it. Only in this way can an auxiliary type soul master be fully utilized." Little 4 is right. Fane looked at Erin in surprise. He didn't expect Erin to be even more concise and clear than he was. Haha. Erin was delighted. This was just like adding innate attribute points in a game. Erin was one of the many youths who had been tormented by the game, but still enjoyed it. Naturally, she understood this principle well. However, although he was an auxiliary type soul master, with the help of the system, he wanted to be an omnipotent auxiliary. After several days of accumulation, the resentment of the noble youths, and the many working students, the negative value had already recovered to over 20,000 negative value, returning to over 50,000 negative value. Fane continued, "In other words, when you obtain soul rings in the future, try to obtain soul rings with similar abilities. They don't have to be exactly the same, but the general direction should be similar. This will prevent conflicts between soul rings, which will restrict your strength. Next, let's talk about your martial souls, blue-silver grass. Blue-silver grass has a lot of potential. It's low-end and can be developed in any direction. Blue-silver grass is weak, so it won't reject soul rings of any type." Fane began his long speech. Reynolds listened attentively, but to Erin, the rest of the content was dispensable. He was destined to be different. Chapter 283. Anything inconceivable could happen to him. As she listened, Irene fell asleep. Fane speechlessly looked at the sleeping Irene. He could only continue. After all, there was still someone listening, and very seriously. After Fane finished speaking, Reynolds nudged Irene. "Little Lynn, wake up." Reynolds had been listening so seriously that he felt very awkward. He didn't even realize that Irene had fallen asleep. Fane said it so well. This was the first thing Irene said when she woke up, a compliment. "Fane, haha, teacher, let's go." Reynolds couldn't bear to berate his younger brother to prevent him from being lectured by Fane. He could only awkwardly dissolve the atmosphere and change the topic. Afterwards, He secretly said to Fane, "Teacher, little Lynn is like this. She's quite naughty. It'll be better when she grows up. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I quite like this kind of personality." Fane came from a large family. There was no need to talk about self-restraint. In short, Fane, who had seen countless people, felt that Irene was extraordinary. "Thank you, teacher." Reynolds smiled when he heard that Fane didn't mind. "Fane, where are we going?" Irene walked for a while and realized that they were already out of the gate. Thus, she asked Fane, "We're going to the soul-hunting forest 400 kilometers northeast of Notting City. There, we'll definitely find suitable soul rings for you." Fane replied with a smile, "But why did you buy so many white radishes?" Irene saw that Fane had bought 20 kilograms of white radishes from a grocery store. She suddenly had a bad feeling. "Hee, it's nothing. They'll be of great use when the time comes." Fane was a little embarrassed and changed the topic. "Little Four, I've always been curious. Why do you have innate full soul force but only a trash martial soul?" I don't know either." Irene rolled her eyes in her heart. She could only pretend to be ignorant. "Then, little Lynn, what are you good at?" Fane stopped a carriage by the roadside. After putting all the food inside, the three of them got on the carriage and asked Irene, "I'm good at infuriating people." "No, I'm good at doing good deeds, and I never leave my name." Irene was so anxious that she almost blurted out the truth. Fane thought to himself, "I can see that you're the best at infuriating people. But that's not what I wanted to ask." "Hey, little Four, don't be naughty. What teacher wants to ask is what you know. For example, your infinite strength or something." Reynolds explained for Fane. "Limitless strength." Fane didn't quite believe it. "Forget it, I'll expose my monstrous strength when I hunt soul beasts anyway, so I'll just say it." Erin pondered for a moment, then went along with Reynolds and waved her little fist at Fane. She said proudly, "I can kill a pig weighing over 250 kilograms with this punch." Fane was speechless. He thought to himself, "Who are you trying to fool with your skinny arms and legs? Little Four, it's not good to lie." Fane patiently lectured Irene in a pleasant manner. "You don't believe me?" Erin was surprised and angry. "Damn, I'm so angry. I've told you so generously, but you don't believe me." Fane shook his head when he saw Irene's expression. He thought to himself, "This child is so young that she's not bragging. She's crazy." "Teacher, it's true." Reynolds looked seriously at Fane as well. Fane clutched his head and thought to himself, "It's over. Another one has gone crazy. Damn, you don't believe me? Back in the day, I could kill a pig with one punch. I took over the Holy Soul Village's enormous property, and my family began to escape poverty and become rich." Seeing that Fane didn't believe her, Irene began to talk about her family's history. Fane was speechless. But what made him even more speechless was that Reynolds was actually looking at Irene with a fervent gaze. Reynolds' face was filled with pride. "Little Three doesn't seem like a child who would fool around with this kid. It seems like it's true." Fane began to believe her. But he had no idea. Seeing that Fane was gradually convinced, Irene became even more proud. Look. Even Fane has been convinced by my powerful ability to express myself." Irene, who thought that she'd convinced Fane, was very happy. Because this was the first time she'd traveled so far, everything she saw was very fresh. But gradually, Irene lost the novelty of going on a long journey. In comparison, she preferred to sleep. The 400-kilometer journey became shorter and shorter. They reached their destination at noon the next day. Soul Hunting Forest. It was different from the forest in her imagination. It was quiet and secluded, with very few people. The outskirts of Soul Hunting Forest were surrounded by a town, 800-year war tiger soul beasts, ready to be killed. Are there any groups hunting soul beasts? Fresh grains of sand. The outskirts of Soul Hunting Forest were actually quite prosperous. Here, the price of everything is at least double. So I bought everything I needed in Notting City. Fane said proudly. Fane is mighty. We won't let them earn our money. Irene looked at Fane with admiration. This kid finally has a bright spot. Irene said Fane's innermost thoughts out loud. Let's go, let's enter the forest. Fane called out to the two brothers who were still looking around the town. Irene was a little reluctant to leave. Looking at the town in front of her, she thought to herself, if I monopolize this place, how much money would I make? Little four, let's go. Reynolds called out. There will be a day. When I come here again, Irene shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She wasn't pretentious either. The most important thing now was to become stronger. Irene saw that Soul Hunting Forest was surrounded by a large number of iron fences. The entrance to Soul Hunting Forest was guarded by a large group of soldiers. At this moment, she could already see how ancient Soul Hunting Forest was. The ancient trees were so tall that they seemed to reach for the stars in the sky. If you want to enter Soul Hunting Forest, you must have a warrant. At this moment, Fane took out a black warrant. It was simple and dark. Teacher, what's the picture on it? Reynolds asked curiously. Irene also saw the picture on the circular warrant. A sharp sword was in the middle, a hammer on the left, and a monster on the right. Sword Doluor, clear sky hammer, blue dot tyrant dragon. Irene sneered in her heart. No matter what the reason was, the martial spirit hall couldn't be happy. Two martial souls, the clear sky hammer, a tool soul, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon, a beast soul. These two martial souls relied on their own strength to engrave their martial souls on the martial spirit hall's warrant. The sword Doluor was even more ferocious. He relied completely on his own strength. Fane imparted knowledge to Reynolds and Irene as he entered Soul Hunting Forest. Once he entered Soul Hunting Forest, Fane clasped his hands in front of his chest and then opened them again. He shouted, "Come out, Luo Sanpao." When Irene heard this name, she almost laughed out loud. Back then, when the real scene appeared in front of her, she still wanted to laugh. Chapter 284. A creature appeared in front of Erin. It looked like a dog but wasn't a dog. It looked like a pig but wasn't a pig. However, Erin felt that it was more like a pig. It was 1.5 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. There were 2 bumps on its head. It was as if there was something that hadn't grown out yet. Could this guy be an unevolved dragon? Erin thought silently. Lu tilde alright tilde. Erin heard this sound and felt that it was still a pig. It can only attack 3 times, so it's called Sans Hu. It has a very sensitive sense of smell and can detect the traces and strength of soul beasts. Because summoning it consumes very little energy, it can help us find the traces of some soul beast. Fane explained at the side. It turned into a dog again. Erin couldn't understand this creature. They met many soul beasts along the way. Fane seriously explained what each soul beast was called and what it was good at. In short, he was very professional. But as she walked, Erin stopped in her tracks. Sharingan. Erin was walking at the back, so she activated her Sharingan. With the Sharingan's outstanding insight, Erin discovered that there were specks of green light in the bushes ahead. She closed her Sharingan. Erin shouted, "Third brother, there's something 50 meters ahead." Reynolds trusted Erin and immediately picked up a knife in his hand. Fane had just given him and Erin a knife each. "I'll do it. A group of rank 10 wolves dares to stop us." "Sans Hu," Fane shouted. Lu tilde Shayra nodded rather humanely. Fane directly threw a few white radishes to Shayra. Shayra ate them all in a few bites. Lu tilde she shouted at the pack of wolves that were charging towards Reynolds and the others in the distance. Farting like thunder, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, Shayra. After that, he handed a mask to Reynolds and Erin each. The white radishes are actually farting. Fane is indeed Fane. He can even make use of this. Amazing. Erin praised in her heart as she hurriedly covered her nose and mouth. Shayra's mouth was wide open and the sound of her breathing was like a gust of wind. Its stomach swelled rapidly, and there was a rumbling sound coming from its stomach. It was as if it had a stomachache. However, the sound was getting louder and louder, and a yellow gas was surrounding it. He could already tell who it was. It was a 1.6 meter long nether wolf. Its body was grey and white, and there were a total of 6 of them. They seemed to be baring their teeth due to hunger. So long. Shiwei raised its head, and the yellow gas gathered in its mouth. With a roar, the yellow gas was suddenly released. The 6 nether wolves were caught off guard, and they were easily tossed into the air like sacks. All of them fell onto the ground with their mouths and eyes crooked. Obviously, the taste might not be bad. Fane put on his mask and picked up the knife in Reynolds' hand. He didn't forget to teach. Fane said, "Now I'll teach you how to obtain a soul ring." Time passed slowly as she studied. Irene was bored and followed behind her. It was night time, and the magpies were flying south. The moon and stars were sparse in the sky. Luo luo. Luo luo. Shayra let out a series of hurried cries. "There's poison." Reno, who had been listening to Fane's lecture, sniffed the air, then shouted loudly. "Little 4, stop sleeping." Fane nudged Irene, who was sleeping soundly beside him. "Oh, Fane's lecture is really good." Irene crawled up from the ground, not forgetting to compliment him. Fane's face darkened, but he had no time to chat with Irene. His attention was immediately attracted by a black shadow several dozen meters away. Reynolds had already made a torch, and he threw it in front of the black shadow with force. The flame flashed, and an inverted triangular snake head appeared in front of the 3 of them. "It's a mandala snake." Fane was indeed Fane. He recognized it with a single glance. However, recognizing it was of no use. The mandala snake coiled its body, and the dark green scales on its body scraped against the ground, making rustling noises. Because its speed was extremely fast, the scraping noises actually didn't stop for a moment. The mandala snake is extremely poisonous, fast, and strong. San Bao, block it for a while. This snake is estimated to be over 100 years old. Let's go quickly. Fane had strength that came from somewhere, and he grabbed one in each hand, intending to take Reynolds and Irene away. Hiss tilde the mandala snake's hissing sound became louder and louder. Fart like thunder, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Shiwei. Seeing this, Fane immediately released his soul skill. The yellow gas, accompanied by energy fluctuations, rushed towards the mandala snake. But the mandala snake didn't dodge. When the gas touched it, it only paused for a moment, then continued forward. Fart like thunder, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Shiwei. Fane used his soul skill once more. Shiwei's 3 shots had all been used up, and Fane's trio was now in imminent danger. Fane couldn't help but feel sorrow in his heart. He resented his own powerlessness, resented himself for bringing his 2 children with him even if he was about to die. "Little Lin." Reynolds struggled out of Fane's grasp. "Little 3. Come back quickly." Fane was so worried that he wanted to grab Reynolds again. "I knew it." Hearing Reynolds's shouts, Irene immediately turned around and teleported towards the mandala snake. Irene circulated all of her soul power into her hands. Don't underestimate all of her soul power. Because of the salted fish buff, Irene's soul power, the upper limit of her soul power, as well as her physique, had already reached the peak of her age. If not for the fact that she was too young, even more so. But now, Irene dared to say that even a rank 20 soul grandmaster didn't have as much soul power as she did. Monstrous strength. Irene shouted loudly and directly smashed her fist into the ground. Instantly, as if an earthquake had occurred, the ground cracked, and a long hole extended from Irene's feet all the way to the mandala snake. What happened? Fane had long since scattered the bonfire by Shiwei's fart, and it was already late, so he couldn't see what had happened at all. He only felt the ground shake, and he thought, could it be that a new soul beast had come? With such a formation, wouldn't it have already reached 10,000 years? As he thought of this, Fane felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. "Little 3, little 4, I've let you down." After saying this, Fane actually fainted. Really? Hearing Fane's shouts, Irene opened her purple demon eyes, only to discover that he had actually fallen asleep. She was speechless for a moment. Controlling crane capturing dragon. Reynolds used controlling crane capturing dragon, capturing the knife in Fane's hand. Roar. Half of the mandala snake's body had already fallen into the crevice, and it was roaring uneasily. Ha! Reynolds circulated all of his soul power, and in the next instant, threw out the knife in his hand. The half-meter-long knife body rapidly flipped in the air, and in the instant the snake's mouth closed, the tip of the knife entered its mouth. Puff! A sound was heard. The enormous snake body suddenly stiffened, and in the next instant, it began to tremble violently, as if it wanted to shake the knife out of its mouth. But this was only its final struggle before death, and the knife body had already pierced through its head. No matter how much the 100-legged body struggled, the final result was nothing more than death. Chapter 285. The enormous snake's body finally sprang up from the crack in the ground, but it had already used up the last of its strength. The mandala snake breathed its last and died. Teacher. Reynolds's exhaustion wasn't that severe. He ran to Fane's side and gave him a strand of soul force. Fane suddenly woke up. Little 3, are the two of you all right? Fane grabbed Reynolds's shoulder, his gaze drifting outwards as he searched for Erin's figure. Reynolds's heart warmed when he saw this. He smiled and comforted, "Don't worry, teacher. The two of us are fine." "All right, third brother, is Fane awake?" Erin had already taken out a match and made a new torch. She ran over to ask about Fane's situation. Then what happened? Fane followed the light of the torch and saw the crack in the ground behind Erin. Oh, that was caused by little Lynn's fist. Reynolds told him the truth. What? Teacher, this is something that little Lynn developed herself. She uses her soul force to cover any part of her body, and she can unleash a monstrous strength. When little Lynn was 5 years old, she used this to kill a pig with a single punch. Reynolds explained to Fane, "I didn't expect you to be able to create your own soul skill at such a young age." Fane looked at Erin in shock. "It's nothing, nothing." Erin enjoyed the praise from Fane, who was renowned throughout the continent. She suddenly felt a little excited. It's all about being superficial. Teacher, what is a self-created soul skill? This was the first time Reynolds had heard of this term. Self-created soul skills are created by soul masters using their superb control over their soul force. They are powerful moves that suit themselves. They are powerful and consume very little soul force. According to what I know, there are very few soul masters on the continent who can create soul skills as powerful as Little Fours. After Fane finished speaking, he looked deeply at Erin. He thought to himself, this kid's soul skill isn't just a little bit powerful. If used properly, he can definitely challenge a high-level soul master. So it's the ability to control soul force. There are very few people on the continent who can do that. It seems that Little Four's ability to control soul force is also very few on the continent. Reynolds thought of something. Oh, why do you say that? Fane felt that Reynolds's words had a deeper meaning. Little Lynn can use her soul force to cover her feet. Afterwards, she can stand on water, and even run on water. He could even walk up the tree like he was walking. I tried it before, but I failed. What? Fane had never heard of this before. Hey, it's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Erin said modestly, but in her heart, she thought, silly child, that's because I have the system's water treading and tree climbing skills, and the Sheringan's help, it's hard for me not to succeed. Soul power control can be done like this. Irene's ability seemed to have opened a new door for Fane. The more Fane thought about it, the more excited he became. He even took out a pen and paper and began calculating. Teacher, what should we do with this snake? Reynolds asked immediately. Little Third, did you kill this snake, or? Only now did Fane realize what the purpose of this trip was. I killed him. Reynolds answered. Yes, it's good that you killed it. Little Fourth wants to become an auxiliary-type soulmaster, so this type of martial soul isn't suitable for him. The mandala snake has a strong venom and a strong coiling ability. It's very suitable for a control-type soul master like you. Fane seemed to have already made his plans. Plant-type martial souls can't only absorb plants. They can also absorb beast-type soul rings according to their needs. Whether it's ordinary soul masters or those fellows from the martial soul hall, they all scoffed at my theory of the 10 core competencies. Little third, are you willing to be the one to practice this theory? I'm willing. I believe in teacher. Reynolds's eyes revealed a fanatical look. Reynolds knew that no matter what he did, he had to be different from others. Only by being different and innovative could he be powerful. Being different and innovative might not necessarily make him powerful, but the powerful people of the past and present would definitely be different and innovative. Yes, little third, let's begin, Fane said with gratification after hearing Reynolds's words. Reynolds began to sit in front of the mandala snake. In the dark night, a yellow soul ring sparkled and floated above the mandala snake's head. Erin was also paying attention to this soul ring. Even from far away, she could feel the enormous energy contained within this soul ring. Reynolds released his blue-silver grass martial soul, and the yellow soul ring automatically ran to the blue-silver grass. Reynolds's expression fluctuated between pain and pleasure. Only when the sky brightened did Reynolds finish absorbing the soul ring. Little Erin. Reynolds revealed a delighted smile and called out to Erin, "Hey, congratulations, third brother." Erin knew that Reynolds wanted to tell her that the bottleneck that had always troubled him with the mysterious heaven method was gone. He had already broken through to the second stage. Little third, quickly, test its toughness and see if it has any poison. Fane woke up at this moment. After seeing Reynolds succeed, he was as excited as a child. All right. Reynolds released his blue-silver grass. After the experiment, Fane was even more delighted, because this proved that his conjecture was completely correct. Let's rest for a while, then find a soul ring for little fourth. Fane finally said. Ian, why don't we eat this snake? Erin looked at the dead mandala snake, and her heart began to stir. Reynolds, Fane. In the end, Erin was able to eat the roasted snake meat as she wished. Fragrant and dreamy. Even Fane sighed in admiration, saying that he didn't expect such a delicacy to exist in this world. The three of them continued on their journey. It was already noon, and the sun was already above their heads. The sunlight shone through the leaves that covered the sky, transforming into specks of golden light that spread out on the path the three of them were on. Teacher, quickly look. Reynolds pointed forward. Erin also saw a rare sight. There was a group of soul beasts, including cats, rats, rabbits, wolves. There were many types, and they were all standing in a cluster of vines, surrounded by round-leafed trees. The branches of those trees each touched a soul beast's body. Golden energy surged. The soul beast let out a comfortable cry and lay on the ground. Those plants seemed to be replenishing the soul beast's energy. Erin had a bold guess. You're right, and looking at the number of soul beasts, that's a 1,000-year mountain range. Fane's tone was a little excited, a little worried, and a little hesitant. Mountain range? What kind of plant-type soul beast is that? Townsend was very curious about the strange scene in front of him. Mountain range is a rare wild plant-type soul beast. In the past, they were usually reared in the territories of high-grade soul beast. Humans can't see them, Tuaman said excitedly. Why is it interesting for animals to rear plants? Why? Erin was also interested. Because the mountain range can replenish their soul power. Tuaman's words were astonishing. So that's how it is. There really are all kinds of strange things in this world. Townsend sighed with emotion. Chapter 286. However, as time passed, they all became the slaves of the mountain peaks. Tuor Meng looked at the mountain peaks and seemed to have thought of something bad. A long time ago, the mountain peaks could also replenish the soul power of humans. Hence, wherever humans lived, there would be mountain peaks. However, as time passed, the mountain peaks were also soul beasts. They gradually revealed their true intentions. They could release a kind of hallucinatory fog to control humans and make them their henchmen. After that, they would plunder the humans' cultivation resources, allowing them to cultivate successfully. Once, an entire city was controlled by them and they hurt each other. For a time, blood flowed like a river and caused a tragedy. The mountain peaks were in the limelight for a period of time. At the same time, they caused a storm of blood on the Doluor continent. There was once 100,000-year-old mountain peak that was said to enslave all living things. After everyone knew that the mountain peaks were behind all of this, the strong people of the continent joined forces and almost destroyed the mountain peak. However, they have never gone extinct. Tuo Meng talked about the legend of this plant. Why have they never gone extinct? Townsend asked. Their seeds are as small as soil and can't be discovered by humans. Furthermore, they produce too many seeds and can't be destroyed. Furthermore, the seeds can survive for a long time in the soil. Even if there is no water, they will still grow after 100 years, Tuo Meng explained. 1,000-year-old seed and a 10,000-year-old fish egg. Erin sighed. No matter which world it was, there would be no lack of miracles created by life. Seeds could survive for 1,000 years in the soil without dying, and fish eggs could live for 10,000 years. There was a concrete example. Erin had heard of it from the older generation in her previous life. When a dry soil was irrigated by rain, even if there were no plants around it, grass would grow not long after. When water was poured into the paddy field, even if the seedlings were not scattered, fish would still appear. That's the logic. Tuo Meng didn't expect Erin to know so much. Then Tuo Meng, these soul beasts are controlled by the mountain peaks to protect it. Erin's eyes lit up. Yes, there are more than 10 of them. The mountain peaks have been around for 1,000 years. Tuo Meng was a little flustered. Although the mountain peaks don't have any offensive power and are the most gentle soul beasts, we have to leave quickly. Be careful not to be controlled by it. Yes. Erin was about to leave with the two. Ding. Mission. Host. Please absorb the 1,000-year golden wood branch as your first soul ring. A successful mission will reward the host with 50,000 distress point. Erin stopped in her tracks. The stench of money made his heart skip a beat. Tormon, what do you think of using Feng Yuan as my soul ring? Irene finally couldn't resist the temptation of 50,000 soul rings. That was a negative value of 50,000 yuan. How many years would it take to accumulate that amount in normal times? Moreover, the system had already said that this mountain range must be extraordinary. That's a 1,000-year soul ring we're talking about. At your age, you guys can only withstand a 432-year soul ring. No way. Tuo Meng vehemently objected. But I'm different. I want it to be my soul ring. My intuition tells me that it's different, Irene said as she rushed forward with her knife. Little Four, there are so many soul beasts. It's dangerous. Townsend immediately pulled Erin back. Third brother, wealth comes from danger, Irene said as she was about to rush forward. Little Jun, I've never seen you make a mistake when you insist on making a decision. I'm your older brother. I'll accompany you. How do you want to fight? Townsend decided to help his younger brother. We'll just charge forward. Let's deal with those soul beasts first, Irene said as she stepped forward. Meow. Feng Yuan seemed to have sensed the danger and controlled a few soul beasts to run towards Irene. The 1,000-year Feng Yuan can only control 100-year soul beasts. The ones running towards you are wood wolves, their weak points are their waist. The ghost cat, their weak points are their eyes and abdomen. The rock climbing bug, their weak points are their head. Tormon was speechless, but he couldn't ignore these two kids. Hence, he started to talk about the weaknesses of those soul beast. At the same time, Tormon released his martial soul. Come out, Sheira, farting like thunder, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. After a night of rest, Sheira's skill had also passed the cooldown period. Tormon threw a few white radishes from his bag and fed them to Sheira. Boom. The sound of fart was loud and clear. A yellow halo directly enveloped the group of soul beasts controlled by Feng Yuan. F***CK, Tormon is on our side. Coincidentally, Irene was also within the range of the biochemical attack. Tormon's face revealed a trace of embarrassment, but he immediately shouted, "It's now, little 3. Blue-silver grass first skill, bind." Townsend had already run towards those soul beasts with ghost shadow perplexing track. Townsend released his first soul skill. After his first soul ring, the blue-silver grass had already turned dark green. Like a snake spitting out its tongue, It directly jumped out and bound those soul beasts tightly. Little 4. Townsend shouted. Understood. Transient step. Irene used transient step and controlled her soul power to her calf. Using the inertia of transient step, she took advantage of the momentum to whip out. About 5 or 6 soul beasts' heads were kicked by Irene. After transient step, Irene's next move was monstrous strength fists. Several times in a row. No soul beast could withstand her punch. Dripping blood splattered on the ground. Only when Irene stopped in front of Feng Luan did it appear in front of Townsend and Tormon. Feng Luan's soft branches swayed. It didn't have any offensive power, it could only emit a golden light. Be careful, hold your breath, this is Feng Luan's illusion attack. Tormon warned loudly. It's okay. Irene didn't look back only because her eyes were blood red at this moment. He didn't want anyone to know the magic of the Sharingan. It wouldn't be too late to reveal it when he had the strength in the future. Before that, except for his close relatives, anyone who saw the Sharingan would be dead. It wasn't that Irene was pretentious, but in the Doluor continent, there was a saying that killing people and taking their bones, the bones were naturally the soul bones. It was inevitable that there was a possibility of killing people and taking their eyes. The greed of human nature could lead to more than the 7 deadly sins. Irene opened the Sharingan. Under the blessing of the Sharingan, Irene's mind was abnormally clear. Moreover, the Sharingan seemed to have a natural restraining effect on illusions. Phew, you really look harmless. You used to enslave all living things, but unfortunately, you met me. Irene waved the knife that she had never used before. Feng Luan lost its life. A purple soul ring slowly rose above Feng Luan's head. Last step. It's just a 1,000-year soul ring, come on. Irene looked at the purple soul ring that had already turned black. She sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly opened her right hand. A sparkling blue grass unfolded. At this moment, the purple soul ring slowly floated towards the blue-silver grass. Teacher, why does little 4 insist on absorbing this 1,000-year soul ring? Townsend had too many questions, but he could only ask Tormon. Chapter 287. I don't know. According to my research, it's possible for a person to absorb a soul ring above their rank, but there's still a certain amount of risk involved. However, your brother isn't an unreasonable person. He might have some secrets. Everyone has their secrets. Little 3, don't ask about it. Don't make things difficult for him. Tuaman knew that Irene wasn't someone who tried to be brave. Teacher, I understand. Townsend nodded slowly and looked at Irene worriedly. The 1,000-year soul ring was like a huge army pressing down on the blue-silver grass. The powerful energy was like a raging wave that constantly attacked the weak blue-silver grass. The purple soul ring's energy attacked the blue-silver grass, but at the same time, it also put a huge pressure on Irene's body. Irene felt as if her bones were about to be crushed. Her internal organs couldn't withstand the impact of the energy. Little Jun, circulate your soul power. Townsend shouted as if he had thought of something. Third brother? Yes, the mysterious heaven method. Irene knew what Townsend meant. The mysterious heaven method circulated evenly. Under the layers of circulation, it would definitely be able to reduce the impact of the huge energy on her small body. Even so, Irene's skin began to bleed under the waves of energy. Ah! Irene couldn't help but scream. It was too painful, but she had to persevere. Little Jun, you must persevere. Townsend saw Irene's body bleeding from the outside. He wanted to, but he didn't have the strength. Hey! Why can I see inside my body? Irene suddenly saw the purple energy surrounding the blue-silver grass. Although it was swaying in the wind and rain, it wasn't defeated by the huge force. Host, your spiritual power has grown again because of the intense pain. Therefore, you can see the situation inside your body. Persevere, the system is protecting your heart. After this battle, you will break out of your cocoon and become a dragon. Your physique will be greatly strengthened. Now control the blue-silver grass to devour the purple energy. The system's clear voice sounded in Irene's ears. Okay. Irene gritted her teeth. She circulated the mysterious heaven method and used the remaining energy she could control to channel into the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass absorbed the soul power and began to grow rapidly. It even started to devour the purple energy. The light blue grass began to show a little bit of light gold. Irene knew that it was the color of the mountains. The blue-silver grass began to sway crazily. Erin gradually discovered that this was the mysterious heaven method's trajectory. The surrounding purple energy became thinner, and the grass grew crazily, until the entire color became pale gold. The pale golden color should have withered, but under the golden light, the blue-silver grass became more and more lively. K. An unknown sound rang out, but after the sound, the mysterious heaven technique circulated even more vigorously. Erin knew that was the sound of the mysterious heaven technique breaking through. The speed of the mysterious heaven method increased, and the purple energy was swept away by the mysterious heaven method, turning into milky white energy that flowed through every part of Erin's body. Erin actually let out a groan of pleasure. The contrast was too great, and he couldn't accept it. The crushed bones were reconnected the moment the white energy flowed. After the bones were reconnected, they actually emitted a faint white glow. The moment Erin's blood flowed with the white energy, the speed of her blood flow increased, and the pitch-black matter was washed out, floating on the surface of her skin. Meridians and marrow cleansing. When Erin stopped screaming, Townsend was told by Tormon that she was fine, and his heart slowly relaxed. About a day and a night. The next morning, Erin slowly stood up. "Little John." Townsend ran over, but halfway, he said, "It's good that you're fine." After that, Townsend went to pack his luggage. "Erin." "Little 4. Tormon was about to ask something, but he sniffed and said, "It's fine, let's go." Erin looked at the layer of stickiness on her arm and understood what was going on. There was no choice, there was no water at all, so she couldn't wash it. "Come out, Shiwei." Tormon let Shiwei out to patrol. After all, they were a little deep into the forest. Besides, Shiwei knew the way. On the road, Erin was speechless as she looked at the two people who were far away from her. She couldn't help but say, "You guys are exaggerating, it's not that strong, I can smell it." But what he got in return was estrangement. Because of Tormon and Townsend, the two people slowed down again. When Erin walked through the forest, all the soul beasts with a keen sense of smell smelled a strange smell. They all scattered in all directions. Erin's face was covered with black stuff. A small black face, a bitter look. I'm ignoring you guys." Erin suddenly realized that there were more than 3 people here. There were also other soul beasts running away. "Sanbao, wait for me, I'm coming to play with you." Erin thought to herself, "It's your loss to ignore me, Lu." Shiwei suddenly felt a disgusting smell, and she screamed. Then, she ran away. "Erin, Arth, I'm so angry, damn it, I'm being despised by a pig." Erin's little black face turned black. "The whole world despises me." Little 4 walked out of the soul-hunting forest alone. When he walked out of the soul-hunting forest, all the soul beasts seemed to feel it, and they screamed happily. "Oh my God, he's finally gone." Fortunately, Erin didn't know that something like this had happened. He was still glad that he could walk out of the soul-hunting forest safely, and that nothing unexpected happened during the journey. All the soul beasts shouted, "Boss, it won't happen." On the way back to Notting City, Tormon brought Erin to a river where the water wasn't deep, so that he could wash up properly. After 2 hours of hard work, Erin finally cleaned himself up. After cleaning himself up, he realized that he was a head taller than before, and his skin was as white as jade, and he looked even cuter than before. On the way back, "Xiao Jun, don't look at yourself in the mirror, you've been looking at yourself all the way." Townsend was speechless. A handsome young man, looking at himself in the mirror, can't sleep at night. Sigh, why am I so good looking? Erin suddenly felt melancholy. After that, Erin suddenly realized something and said to Townsend, "Brother San, do you know? Just now, I realized what my biggest regret in this life is." "What's your biggest regret?" Townsend asked. "My biggest regret is that I can't kiss my own face." Erin finally realized how painful it was to be handsome. Tormon, who was beside him, was speechless. No matter how good-tempered Townsend was, he didn't want to talk to Erin right now. Sigh, God gave me a handsome face, but he didn't give you eyes to appreciate it. Erin felt that the two of them were jealous of him. Chapter 288. Unsurprisingly, Erin was beaten up by Townsend himself. Have a good rest, little John. Okay, third brother. Erin lay down on the carriage in fear. The next morning. Erin stretched and made a sound that would make any woman blush. Little. Before Townsend could say anything, Erin started again. Life is full of confidence. Every morning, I'm always awoken by my own handsomeness. Townsend thought to himself. Do people change so quickly? What's wrong? Third brother? Erin felt that Townsend had something to say. Nothing. The three of them finally returned to Notting Academy after a long journey. There were many people in the academy, and there were always some beautiful ladies. Those beautiful ladies were looking at Erin. Erin was a little evasive as she did not want to get entangled with them. Little John, what's wrong? Don't you want to go up and get to know them? Townsend rarely made a dirty joke. Mind your own business. Before graduation, I want to see my sister-in-law. Erin replied grumpily. Then, she held her chin with one hand and said, I have to avoiding strangers. Besides, I have to avoid the gazes of strangers out of habit. After all, as a handsome man, if I accidentally look at her, it might become an unforgettable memory for her life. Don't disturb me because I'm gentle. Little John, I'm going back to the dorm. Townsend was really speechless. Go back. Remember to call sister-in-law. Call Xiao Wu tonight. We'll eat good food together. Erin also decided to go back to her dorm to take a look. Hey, where is she? Erin found no one in the dorm when she returned. If this was in her previous life, Erin might have kicked her shoes and pouted, then shouted, It's my, Gunara's, God of Darkness world again. But now, forget it. Because this dorm is already my world. Erin thought it was funny. Then, she sat cross-legged and meditated to organize the soul ring she obtained this time. Aside, no, big brother, don't you know where this is? This is the academy. Don't you know what your roommate is doing? Class has officially started. However, Erin did not think about class. System, come out and buy the Holy Grail for me. Irene had long been tempted by the Holy Grail. Now that she had completed the quest, she was rewarded with a negative value of 50,000. In addition to the original 60,000, she now had over 110,000. The Holy Grail had a negative value of 100,000. After wearing and fusing with the Holy Grail, one's soul power would permanently increase by 20% and physique by 10%. In other words, with Erin's rank 40 soul force as a base, after obtaining the Holy Grail, Erin would have rank 40 soul force x 20% plus rank 40 soul force. Even if Erin was a titled Doluor with rank 90 soul power, with the Holy Grail's boost, Erin's soul power would be rank 90 by 20% plus rank 90. This was the reason why Irene was so eager to buy the Holy Grail. 100,000 negative value deducted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine equipment, the Holy Grail. Alright, hurry up and fuse with me. Irene's heart skipped a beat. She was so excited that she had forgotten something. A golden Holy Grail, emitting a holy and immortal light, slowly descended on Erin's head, telling of how extraordinary it used to be. Half an hour later, the fusion between the Holy Grail and Irene was complete. Irene sat there cross-legged, blue light alternating all over her body. Her soul power increased once again, symbolizing that her strength had increased once again. With the addition of the Holy Grail and the 1,000-year soul ring, her body was strengthened. Irene dared to guarantee that even the rank 29 Tuor Meng didn't have as much soul power as her. System, do you have a little trick to disguise a soul ring? Give me one. After all, my first soul ring is already at the 1,000-year level. I'm afraid it'll attract too much attention. Irene was still too weak at the moment. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to hide anything at all. Yes, there is. Disguise a soul ring and your own soul master rank detection skill. I'll give you a 75% discount. 15,000 negative value will do. The system looked as if it was letting her off easy. Irene looked at her remaining 15,000 negative value. She felt that the system was doing it on purpose, but she had no evidence. Irene had no choice. Even if it was 15,000, she had to buy it. Otherwise, if she fought with a 1,000-year first soul ring on her head, it would be too eye-catching. Ding, 15,000 negative value deducted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a disguise soul ring and a soul master rank detection skill. Can also detect other people's soul master rank. Irene felt her heart ache. She had to equip these two skills. Disguise a 100-year soul ring. The first thing Irene did was disguise her soul ring. After that, she checked her soul master rank. A screen popped up in front of her. Soul master rank, rank 14, was written on it. Why is it 14? Irene asked curiously. Was it because she was too handsome? Then she was moved to the heavens. The host absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring. Furthermore, the host's first soul ring was formed from a 2,000-year mountain range. The mountain range itself contains powerful soul power, and so does the soul ring. That's why it gave the host such a huge boost in rank. The system felt the need to stop its host's narcissism. TCH. Irene snorted. Just as he was about to say something, a commotion broke out outside the dormitory. Erin focused her soul power on her ears and heard a passing student say, "Hey, let's go, let's go. I heard the working students are challenging Boss Xiao of the 6th grade. Actually, it's not the working students. It's just that Boss Xiao heard that someone was collecting protection money from a noble student, and that the person was related to the working students. Boss Xiao wasn't happy after that. I think the working students are overestimating their abilities. The working students have a very active boss these days. She's a new first-year student. Her name is Xiao Wu. A lot of people are calling her Big Sis Xiao Wu. This time, Boss Xiao is really going all out. Other than finding out the person who collected the protection fee from the noble students, if Boss Xiao wins, then the girl called Xiao Wu will be his pet. If Xiao Wu wins, then she will be the real boss of the academy. Wow, Xiao Wu is my idol. It was a girl. Shit. Irene jumped out of the window. Let's go find third brother first. He should be at Tormund's. Irene was worried that her sister-in-law would die because of this. Besides, who do you think you are, Boss Xiao my ass? Who wants to be whose pet? I'll kill you if you try to hit on my sister-in-law. Tormund's dormitory. Little 3, bring Little 4 to the Martial Spirit Hall in Notting City. The Martial Spirit Hall is located in the center of Notting City. Go and test your soul force and register yourself in the Martial Spirit Hall. That way, you'll be a soul cultivator and you'll be able to receive your monthly allowance. You don't have to continue. Tormund instructed Townsend. Chapter 289. Brother San, it's an emergency. Tormund will treat you to dinner tonight. Tormund only felt a gust of wind before Townsend was gone. Haha, this kid is the complete opposite of Xiao San, Tormund said with a smile. What's up, little Jun? Townsend asked as he activated Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. Xiao Wu made a bet with someone in the woods behind the mountain. If she loses, she'll have to give herself away. Erin didn't have time to explain. Townsend was so anxious that he rushed past Erin like a gust of wind. Heh, there's a chance. Erin wasn't angry. She followed Townsend. In the woods behind the mountain. The woods were no longer as quiet as before. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that swords were drawn and bows were bent. A group of working students stood behind Xiao Wu. The senior noble soul master was led by a tall man in the uniform of a soul master academy. He had 2 childish pimples on his face, but other than that, he looked as mature as an adult. He was the so-called Old Fulin. Old Fulin had a vulgar smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Wu. Little girl, it's not too late to change your mind. If I remember correctly, your martial soul is a rabbit. Do you want to be my pet? I'll treat you well. You're the one who should be my follower, Xiao Wu said angrily. She put her hands on her hips and said fiercely. But right now, her deterrent power was 0. Ha 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 ha. Old Fulin's smile became even more vulgar. Wang Sheng, are you out of your mind? Why did you find this little girl to fight with me? But I have to say, thank you. If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. Xiao Wu said impatiently. She felt uncomfortable no matter how she looked at this person. Ha ha ha. Are you in such a hurry to throw yourself into my arms? Ha 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 ha. Old Fulin and his followers laughed. You. To tell you the truth, you're not worthy. A childish and cold voice rang out. Old Fulin and the others felt a chill run down their spines. The person who spoke was Irene. She didn't know that her voice was laced with murderous intent. It had made Old Fulin and the others afraid. Old Fulin and the others were just students of the academy. They weren't like Irene, who had a murderous aura after the trip to the soul-hunting forest. Who is talking? Old Fulin pretended to be tough. Get out of my way. Two figures squeezed out from the crowd. Out. All right, Erin was the one who was pushed aside. She knocked the person to the ground. The man glared hatefully at Erin but did not dare to say anything. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Townsend asked with concern. Little 3, you're back Tilda, so be it. At least you still have a conscience. You even know to come and help me fight. Xiao Wu was delighted at first, then she snorted coldly. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be 2 brats. Ha ha ha. Old Fulin said to his younger brother. Yo, this is the first time I've seen someone with a bigger mouth than athlete's foot. Erin covered her nose. You little brat, get out of my way. I advise you not to ruin my business. Otherwise, I'll let you know the consequences, Old Fulin said fiercely. I'm sorry. I really don't know what consequences you can bring to me. It's not that I look down on you, but I've never looked at you in the eye. Old Fulin was so angry that he couldn't speak. Erin took the opportunity to vent her anger and earn back all the distress point. Well, third brother told me to look at people in the eye. Let me look at you first. Erin said and walked in front of Old Fulin. Forgive me for being blunt. Men will feel pain when they see your face, and women will feel sour when they see it. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm too extreme. You didn't mean to be ugly. That's the excrement of the Creator. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your facial discipline is too bad. Sniff. Erin sniffed the air. Even if you're wearing perfume, I can still smell scum from your body. You want to find a wife with this kind of appearance? It's good enough that a woman wants you. How can you be so picky? A fresh flower can't be stuck on cow dung. Cow dung is cow dung. Even if it's steamed, it won't become a delicious cake. You bastard. Old Fulin wanted to fight back. But would Erin give him the chance? Of course not. Erin suddenly suppressed his voice. But you don't know it. You don't know that your father was so worried about you that he jumped out of the urn and cried. He cried so sadly. Don't you know how to worry? How much worry can a gentleman have? It's like a eunuch going to a brothel. Old Fulin was so angry that his whole body trembled. He almost couldn't stand still. Fortunately, his little brother next to him supported him. But Erin wasn't done yet. Your life can be summed up in 8 words. Born absurd, good for nothing, ugly is a disease. You don't have the life of a pig, but you have the disease of a pig. Poor. I'm going to kill you. Old Fulin went crazy. His face was red and swollen. He was so angry that he scratched his cheeks. His hair was disheveled and he looked very embarrassed. Everyone present looked at Erin with fear in their eyes. This person was too scary. She could make people die of anger. This is so interesting. Little 4, this is so satisfying. Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore and laughed. Tang San also learned at this time. He secretly said in his heart, so, little Jun is polite to his father. It's useless to say more. One side has 10 people. The side with the most wins. After that, we have to abide by the bet. Old Fulin's little brother was also angry. The rules of the game are to take turns to fight. As long as the one who fights wins, he can continue to fight with the next opponent, until all the people on one side are defeated. Old Fuline's little brothers seemed to have already discussed and directly said the rules. Wait, 1v1 is boring. One side has 9 people. 3 people in a group. A total of 3 groups. As long as the group wins, they can continue to fight with the next group, until all the groups on one side are defeated. Erin said the rules again. Old Fuline was naturally not stupid to be able to become the boss. Normally, he wouldn't agree, but he was angry with Erin. His heart was thinking about how to beat this kid up. He didn't have any doubts and directly said, "Okay, the rules are as you wish." After that, his eyes looked deeply at Erin. It was as if he could see Erin begging for mercy at his feet. You, come with me." Old Fuline naturally wanted to go up personally. At this time, Erin also looked back at Wang Sheng and the others. But Wang Sheng and the others avoided her eyes. They shrank back and lowered their heads. Obviously, they didn't want to go up. Chapter 290. From now on, if anyone dares to instigate a Viner, I'll stand up for you. Don't misunderstand that I don't dare to kill. Erin's eyes flashed with the ruthlessness of a wild beast as she swept her gaze over the working students. Yes. A group of working students gritted their teeth and said, "That's right. Third brother, a Viner, let's team up." Erin had already made up her mind. She was going to finish this in one fell swoop. Okay. Avina looked at Wang Sheng and the others with disgust. Then she obeyed Erin's orders. This was the only way. The crowd consciously dispersed, leaving room for the 6 of them to fight. "I'm your team. Hee. Erin looked at Reynolds and Avina with a naive expression. Hey. Reynolds didn't know what to say. Huh. Avina looked at Erin, not understanding the situation. Erin didn't explain. A faint golden strand of blue-silver grass appeared behind him. The faint golden light it emitted gave the ordinary blue-silver grass a noble feeling. The appearance of the blue-silver grass caused an uproar among the onlookers. A yellow ring of light rose from the top of his head. The appearance of the 100-year soul ring caused an even greater uproar. Ordinary people didn't have a 100-year soul ring. Reynolds looked deeply at his younger brother. He knew that his younger brother's first soul ring was a 1000-year one, blue-silver grass first soul skill, Holy Lotus soul boosting technique. Erin's hands glowed with golden light as 2 strands of blue-silver grass wrapped around Reynolds and Avina's waists. However, the 2 strands of blue-silver grass were a faint golden color, and 2 pure golden lotuses bloomed above their heads. Reno and Ariwana seemed to have been enlightened. Warm currents as warm as sunlight continuously flowed into their bodies from the golden lotuses above their head. What? My soul power increased by 10%. Reynolds felt as if his soul power had increased by 10%. Was this the benefit of a 1000-year soul ring? Wrong, it's 14%. Erin muttered in her heart. Holy Lotus soul boosting technique was the name Erin had given to her first soul skill. As the name implied, it could increase the soul power of her teammates. The increase in soul power depended on the user's soul power level. Erin was currently at rank 14, so it increased by 14%. Liu Long. Old Fuline shouted. A tall man appeared next to Old Fuline, martial spirit, long staff. A yellow light flashed in Liu Long's hand, and he took the lead to charge to the left. Ling Feng. The last contestant was a thin student. He had a small nose and small eyes. He was wearing glasses. After hearing Old Fuline's call, he opened his hands and ran to the right. He did a side somersault and glided for a few meters in the sky. Xiao Chenyu, martial soul, wolf, rank 11, one ring soul master. A layer of green light emerged from Xiao Chenyu's body. As the green light flickered, his muscles began to swell. His eyes turned green, and his nails grew longer and sharper. A white soul ring rose from his feet. It seemed that he had been possessed by a martial soul. Xiao Chenyu was sober now. Reason had taken the upper hand. He no longer dared to say anything. His father was the lord of Nordine City. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so arrogant in school. He knew that the first soul ring was a 100-year soul ring, which was the standard of a large family. He was even prepared to apologize after the battle. But at this moment, he had no choice but to attack. So be it, just don't hurt them. Like a hungry wolf, it ran towards Erin and the other two. Reynolds had never felt so full of soul power, so he also released his martial soul. The dark green-blue silver grass suddenly shot towards Ling Feng and Liu Long. A 100-year soul ring also rose above Reynolds's head. Like a candle, it lit up the battlefield once again. The angle of Reynolds's blue-silver grass was very tricky. It directly met Ling Feng and Liu Long. Blue-silver grass first soul skill, bind. Ling Feng and Liu Long were instantly tied up like dumplings. Don't move, my blue-silver grass is poisonous. I don't know how to detoxify it. Reynolds directly controlled the blue-silver grass to drag the two over. Hearing this, the two of them did not dare to move. They were willing to be tied up obediently. After getting rid of the two opponents in an instant, Erin relax. Watch me next. Erin once again summoned a golden lotus and threw it at Xiao Chenyu. Little Jun, can you hit it? Reynolds looked at Erin's vile hidden weapon technique that was like throwing blindly. He felt uncomfortable all over if he did not complain. Wherever the holy light of the golden lotus shines, it is equivalent to hitting it. Erin said smugly, "Are you stupid? Why did you add soul power to him?" Avina was stunned at first, then she became angry. She opened her beautiful big eyes and looked at Erin angrily. I added soul power to you guys, but to him? The effect is the opposite. Erin had already silently added her main profession to this skill that was thrown at the enemy. Poison skill could be added on top of any auxiliary skill to achieve the effect of the opponent. What? Reynolds hurriedly looked at Xiao Chenyu. After Xiao Chenyu was illuminated by the golden lotus, the green soul power on his body was obviously much dimmer. His soul power was weakened by 14%. Seeing this, Reynolds believed it and thought, what kind of abnormal skill is this? Xiao Chenyu also felt the changes in his body, but he did not stop attacking. Years of fighting experience told him that he must not be afraid at this time, otherwise, the opponent would find a flaw. He had never thought that he was already full of flaws in the eyes of Reynolds and Erin. Xiao Chenyu pounced on Avina with his sharp claws. Erin had already used her martial soul blue-silver grass to wrap around Avina's waist. At this time, she threw Avina into Reynolds' arms. Turned A. Erin did not do it on purpose. Xiao Chenyu missed, but he still had his strength at this time. Compared to Liu Long, who did not have a soul ring, Ling Feng, his strength was not just a little bit stronger. After all, the difference between a soul master with a soul ring and a soul master without a soul ring was like heaven and earth. Erin, who was enveloped by the soul ring, still felt full of strength. But competing with strength, fighting with strength. Was Erin afraid? Let's see, a pig with one punch. Mysterious jade hands. Monstrous strength. This was a last-minute idea that Erin came up with. Mysterious jade hands could make her hands hard, indestructible, and immune to poison. Together with monstrous strength, Erin directly threw a punch at Xiao Chenyu, who was rushing toward her. A green figure was sent flying backward. Phew. I used the least strength. I hope he's not dead. Erin controlled the blue-silver grass and pulled the opponent back. Okay, fortunately, it's only external injuries. Erin activated her purple demon eyes and carefully checked. She found that the opponent was only external injuries and felt relief. From now on, Sister Avina is the boss of Notting Academy. You nobles, you must know how I collect protection fees. When the time comes, you will pay protection fees to Sister Avina. Do you hear me? Erin announced loudly. Chapter 291. I lost to you, didn't I? I didn't lose to her. Xiao Chenyu was not convinced and said while shaking his head. Avina, martial soul, rabbit, level 12 soul warrior. Avina's eyes turned red, and a pair of pink and white ears stuck out from her hair. Her whole body was covered with a faint red light. A yellow 100-year soul ring rose from her feet. I'm convinced. Xiao Chenyu did not expect this little girl, who looked 6 or 7 years old, to have a higher soul power level than him. He was completely convinced. After a while, Reynolds said, "Little Jun, Avina, we are going to the Martial Soul Hall to register as Soul Masters. After that, we will be able to receive a Soul Master's allowance every month." Really? What are we waiting for? Let's go. Avina's eyes lit up when she heard that she would be rich in the future. That's great. In the future, besides the money given by Xiao San, we can also get our own share. Sister Avina, have you forgotten? There will also be protection fees in the future. According to my standards, the nobles will give you 10,000 copper soul coins per week. Erin added. Ah, that's a lot. Then we can buy a lot of delicious food and eat whatever we want. Avina jumped up happily after hearing that. Xiao San, Xiao Sai, don't worry. I won't treat you badly. There are dozens of nobles, and we will share them equally. Avina patted Erin's shoulder righteously. Oh, what do you mean by yours and mine? I will leave the money with you. When Xiao San and I need it, we will ask for it from you. Erin would not let go of this opportunity to get closer to them. You two are my best friends. Hearing this, Ariwena actually choked up for a moment. Avina is crying. Reynolds teased. I'm not. Avina lowered her head in embarrassment. Xiao San, my hair is messy. Find a place to comb it for me. Avina blushed and handed Reynolds a comb. Okay. Reynolds took the comb and seemed to be very familiar with it. Erin, who was beside them, said, "Meow, meow, meow. Woo-woo XX, I am caught off guard. Another bowl of dog food. Burp tilde I am full and a little full." The three of them walked on the road to find the Martial Spirit Palace. Teacher said that the Martial Spirit Palaces are distributed all over the world, and they are divided into Martial Spirit Sub-Palaces. The Martial Spirit Palace in Notting City is the lowest level of Martial Spirit Sub-Palaces. Above that are the Martial Spirit Sub-Palaces and Martial Spirit Main Palaces. At the level of Martial Spirit Main Palaces, only big cities have them. The capitals of the two empires have the 4th-ranked Martial Soul Temple, and the 5th-ranked Pope's Palace. Above the Pope's Palace, there's the legendary Doluor Consecration Palace. Teacher said that only titled Doluor Soul Masters have the right to enter that place. Reno introduced the structure of the Martial Spirit Palace that he had just learned to Awena and Irene. Furthermore, the Martial Soul Palace is the absolute center of any city on the Doluor continent. As the name implies, it's a landmark building located in the center of the city. I reckon we can just ask anyone and we'll know where it is. After saying that, Reynolds asked a passerby about the location of the Martial Spirit Palace. The three of them followed the directions of the passerby, and after walking for a while, they saw a building that was 100 meters tall. Wow, it's just a Martial Spirit Sub-Palace, but the building is 100 meters tall, and it's a domed building. What a grand style, Irene said in front of the magnificent Martial Spirit Palace. Reynolds didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what his brother said, because the Martial Spirit Palace in front of them was indeed a huge domed building. The height of the front alone was more than 100 meters, and the width was hard to estimate, but it was definitely at least a few hundred meters. The whole bright yellow building was glorious under the sun. There was an eye-catching symbol of a long sword hanging on the front. This represented the lowest level of Martial Spirit Palace. The ambition of a wolf is clear as day. Irene was familiar with the original work, so she knew it very well. The Martial Spirit Palace built the lowest level of Martial Spirit Palace like this, wasn't it to prepare for the future? The three of them directly entered the Martial Spirit Palace without any obstruction. A tall and well-built woman's eyes lit up when she saw Irene. This outfit is so weird. Could it be that she's from a big family? She thought so in her heart, and her feet unconsciously walked towards Irene. When the three of them entered the Martial Spirit Palace, they felt a little dizzy because there were many people coming and going. Of course, there were also many waitress-like spirit masters explaining something to those spirit masters. But unlike the waitress-like, These spirit masters didn't look humble. Let's find someone to ask. Reynolds was just about to move when he was stopped by Irene. Third brother, don't move. Don't make a sound later, someone's coming. Irene reached out and stopped Reynolds. Reynolds immediately looked around and saw a woman walking towards them. Little friends, are you here to awaken your martial arts in the martial spirit palace? The woman smiled. Heh. Irene sneered in her heart. She knew that the woman's gaze was mainly on her, so she must be here for her. Was it my outfit that attracted her attention? Indeed, handsome people would attract attention wherever they went. Irene had seen too many people like this, so she might as well put on an act with the other party. No, we're here for a spirit master rank appraisal. Irene controlled her tone, 30% complacent and 70% arrogant. You're so awesome, I'll bring you to Master Marshunuo for a spirit master appraisal. When the woman heard Irene's words, there was a hint of pride in her smile. She thought to herself, I guessed right. But she was more shocked. She thought to herself, these 3 children look to be only 6 or 7 years old, but they're already spirit masters. As expected of a big family, the timing, location, and people, as well as the arrogance in Irene's tone made this female spirit master, who was dreaming of some unknown dream, believe in her own conjecture. Soon, under the guidance of this person, the 3 of them smoothly met the Master Marshunuo that the female spirit master spoke of. This Master Marshunuo's beard and hair had turned white from afar. He looked to be over 80 years old. Little brothers, this is Master Marshunuo. It's not convenient for me to go in. After the registration, you can leave. Of course, if you need my help in the future, you can come to me. The woman turned around and was about to leave. She looked diligent and devoted. Thank you. Irene deliberately smiled. You're welcome, this is my duty. But if you need my help in the future, you can look for me. Little brother, my name is Cece Tilda. After the woman finished speaking, she only left the 3 of them with her back facing them. Smart woman, we met by chance, trying to use kindness to move people's hearts. Unfortunately, I'm just using you. Irene smiled and walked towards Master Marshunuo. Chapter 292. Soul Power Test. Registered Soul Master. Master Marshunuo was serious. He looked at Erin and asked suspiciously. Yes, Master. Erin replied. Good, just put your hand on this. Marshunuo didn't say much. He was expressionless the whole time. But when the 3 of them finished, Erin saw the shock in his eyes. But the older, the wiser. Marshunuo's shocked eyes flashed, not to mention saying anything. Erin rejoiced and secretly praised, the system's products are indeed of high quality. Even professional equipment couldn't tell that my first soul ring is a 1,000-year system, of course. But when he gave the badges to the 3 of them, he opened his mouth and said, Welcome to the Soul Master team. In the future, you can use the badges to receive subsidies from the Martial Spirit Hall. The subsidy for a Soul Master is 1 gold soul coin per month. When you reach the Soul Grandmaster level, the subsidy will be 10 gold soul coins. After the 3 of them left, Marshunuo muttered to himself, innate full soul power? It's a pity that your martial souls are blue silvergrass and rabbit. Otherwise, I would report it to the higher-ups and snatch it. Little 3, let's buy some food back. On the way back, Avina saw a roadside stall and her eyes turned red. Avina, aren't we going to class? Reynolds asked helplessly. Tilda, but I've finished all my food. Avina grabbed Reynolds's arm and looked at him pitifully. Don't lie to me. There's a pile under your bed. Reynolds exposed Avina. But, that's for dinner. I haven't found any for the afternoon yet. Besides, Little 4 hasn't eaten yet, right? Little 4 must want to eat too. Avina pushed the reason to Erin. Don't ask me. Third brother will buy it for her. Erin rejected their public display of affection and kicked the dog food over. Of course, please ignore the sigh from the system. She was playing with the badge that was issued after she registered as a Soul Master in the Martial Spirit Hall. The front of the badge had 2 intersecting thorns, which represented her rank as a Soul Master, and the back of the badge had her name. Erin was trying to divert her attention so that she wouldn't have to eat more dog food. Just like that, their days were no longer as troublesome as when they first arrived. Instead, they became more and more leisurely. With Irene's help, Avina became the real big sister of Notting Academy with her own tyrannical strength. Every day, the two of them would eat and drink, and they would not attend classes. They would collect protection fees from time to time, living a carefree life. The gaps between his fingers were very wide, and time was too thin. It quietly slipped through the gaps between his fingers. In short, it was very boring. Unknowingly, it was already the end of the year. Erin couldn't help but lament that life was like a white steed flitting across a crevice. Reynolds, on the other hand, was very busy during this period of time. Every day, he would attend classes in the academy in the morning, relax with Irene and Avina in the afternoon, and listen to the master's lectures at night. He even bought his own blacksmith's shop. Not for the sake of earning money, but for the sake of tinkering with things from time to time. Erin didn't even bother to look at him. She didn't even need to think to know that he was a Tang sect disciple. He even gave Erin something called a silent hidden blade. Erin thought it looked pretty good, and it had a shooting range of more than 100 meters. He happily played with it for a few days. That afternoon, the three of them had lunch together. The three of them didn't eat in the cafeteria. After all, it was very noisy. Following Irene's suggestion, the three of them ate under a big tree by the river at the edge of the forest behind the academy. The environment here was good enough, and under normal circumstances, no one would come here. Lil. Sen, 3, I want a strawberry. Avina had a carrot in one hand and a cake in the other. Her mouth was full of paste, and she barely managed to say a complete sentence. Avina, there's no hurry. Eat slowly. Unlike when they first arrived, Reynolds looked at Avina with a gaze full of. Perhaps he was moved by this cute little girl. First, he passed a glass of orange juice to Avina and gently fed her the food in her mouth. Then, he fed Avina a strawberry with his hand. Hee. After Avina ate the strawberry, she foolishly snuggled up to Reynolds, like a little fairy with a bad brain. Irene revealed a dog-like smile at the side. She was already complaining in her heart. Avina, as the boss of Notting Academy, is this how a bear should behave? In the beginning, Irene didn't care about their behavior. They were all kids, so what could they do? Then, there was no then. Irene deeply understood the ancient saying, when three people are together, there's bound to be a third wheel. Irene felt like she had become a star, shining and shining all the time. She felt bitter, but she didn't say it out loud. For the Tang family, for third brother, Irene felt that she had to make some sacrifices. Lil 3, comb my hair. Avina passed the wooden comb to Reynolds. Reynolds's movements were not as clumsy as when Irene first saw this scene. Under Irene's witness, her third brother's movements became more and more skillful. Of course, Irene became stronger after being tortured. She became brighter and stronger. Irene closed her eyes and drank the orange juice. She thought to herself, out of sight, out of mind. Avina looked at the clear river in front of her while letting Reynolds comb her hair. She smiled and said, the scenery in front of us is so beautiful. Lil 3, what do you think? Every year, the scenery should be like this. Every night, I'm dreaming. Reynolds said a sentence. I don't understand, but I understand the literal meaning. Haha. Avina smiled. Haha, sister-in-law, you're too naive. He hasn't finished. If I'm not wrong, the next sentence should be every night, every year, it's you. Sigh tilde poor third brother, even expressing his feelings. Should I praise you for being so knowledgeable? You can just say that without you, who would talk about the beautiful scenery? Wouldn't that be the end? Is there a need to be like this? Irene was a little exasperated. Sigh, there seems to be something wrong. Shouldn't I blame them? Yes, I can't forgive them so easily. Boss, hurry up, today is the last day. We have an exam in the afternoon, after which we can go home. Irene's loyal follower shouted not far away. Exam? What about Lil 3? Avina was flustered. She didn't even attend many classes, let alone an exam. Logically speaking, no matter if it was a working student, a self-funded student, or a noble student, they all had to take the exam. You're panicking, aren't you? Flaunting your love dies quickly, Irene thought proudly. He thought so in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. All right, third brother, Avina, I'll go get ready. You two go get ready too. With that, he went back with Redhead and started flipping through the books that he hadn't touched in a long time. Chapter 293. Millimeter, sharpening one's spear at the last minute, even if it wasn't fast, it would still look good. After that, Reynolds called Erin and Avina together to give them tutoring. Cat-type spirit beasts usually live in. Reynolds continued to speak tirelessly. RRR, what are these? I can't remember. Avina was going crazy. She had been a spirit beast for so many years. Why didn't she know these things? Avina, come here, I'll teach you a move. Erin wanted to teach Avina a move, an essential skill for all students. What? Avina looked at Erin hopefully as if she had seen a ray of light in the dark night. Look carefully. Erin took out a roll of transparent tape that she had bought from the system. She tore off a strip and stuck it on the key points that Reynolds had drawn on the book. She then cut it off with a pair of scissors. She placed it in water and soaked it thoroughly before gently separating the tape from the paper. Millimeter, the words that were originally printed on the book were easily copied down just like that. Reynolds widened his eyes in disbelief. Avina was also ecstatic. What kind of godly operation was this? It was too showy. Little four, I love you to death. Avina shouted happily. A turned a. Erin instantly felt an unfriendly gaze sweep past her. Sister-in-law, don't be like this, I'm panicking. Third brother is jealous, what should I do? I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent. Avina, who had no worries about her exams, began to show off. I want to take a pen and write. What if I forget some words later? Little four, quick, let me show you my book. What was it again? Little three? Avina looked at Reynolds. Calligraphy. Reynolds seemed to have thought of something and laughed bitterly. Avina waved the pen and wrote her name on the paper. Avina. Of course, please ignore the way she held the pen, her small hand holding the pen like a child holding a spoon. Good. Erin saw it and clapped her hands. Like floating clouds, like a startled dragon. Iron book and silver hook, the best of all time. Hee. Xiao Sai, you really have good taste. Your brother actually said that my handwriting is ugly, but I've always been told that my handwriting is beautiful since I was young. Although Avina didn't understand what Irene was saying, she felt that it was amazing. Quick, write your name too. Let me see how you're doing. Avina was suddenly interested. All right. Irene's hands were also itching. Millimeter, I haven't written for a long time. I miss it. Erin took the pen and said mysteriously to Orina, when you write, you should focus on your chi. When your chi reaches, your chi will reach. When you write, it's as if there's something in the pen. It has both strength and gentleness. When you use the pen, you have to move your wrist. It's natural and unadorned. It's loose and valiant but not sloppy. You have to achieve the effect of penetrating the paper and making the ink full and round. Oh, that's amazing. Avina watched as Irene started to write. Even Reynolds was captivated by Irene's word. The two words, Erin, immediately appeared on the paper. Good handwriting, good handwriting. Avina clapped with her small hands. He. Reynolds was speechless. Reynolds looked at Avina and Irene's handwriting. It was crooked and crooked. Other than the strokes, there was nothing else good about it. When Irene heard Avina's praise, she waved her hand. I can't. I haven't written for a long time. I'm rusty. Me too. I've been playing so much that I forgot how to write. But we're about the same. Avina also sighed. She seemed to be regretting her indulgence during this time. Hey, you two also know that you're about the same? Reynolds complained in his heart. It was almost time for the exam. Reynolds and Avina were in the same exam hall. Irene, as a self-funded student, was not in the same exam hall as them. During the exam, Irene activated her sharing and scanned through the answers of others while glancing at her own notes. Millimeter, very good. There's someone copying me at the side. Irene's eyes turned. She saw that the other party was so engrossed in copying that they probably didn't know what they were writing. Here's something good for you. Irene found a question and wrote down a line of words. Grandson invigilates the exam strictly. Son sets difficult questions. After class, find the dean and ask him to return my hard-earned money. Irene wrote this sentence on an eye-catching spot on the paper. She didn't erase it and continued writing. When the other party finished copying her paper and relaxed, Irene secretly erased it. Good luck, brother. Irene smiled mischievously. She handed in her paper and went to the working student exam hall to wait for Reynolds and Avina. Before long, Reynolds and Avina came out. Third brother, you don't need to take your luggage. Just go home. In truth, Irene was a little annoyed at staying at school. Avina, are you going home? Reynolds tilted his head and asked Avina. I won't be going home. My house is quite far from here. Avina's smile disappeared. She lowered her head slightly, as if she was thinking of something. Hey, Lil 3, can I go to your house? Avina suddenly raised her head and looked at Reynolds excitedly. Of course. Reynolds smiled gently. Lil 4, where's Lil 4? Do you agree if I go to your house? Avina puffed up her cheeks and blinked her big eyes, pretending to be pitiful. Of course I agree, but you're just a little girl. Don't try to seduce me. If you're a little older, maybe you'll have the potential to be a vixen. Irene teased. What's a vixen? Avina was confused. She was actually a little cute. Reynolds smiled. It's a type of soul beast that specializes in seducing men. Avina's calm face instantly turned sinister. She became abnormally agitated. How dare you call me a vixen? Go to hell. Irene was beaten up. The most infuriating thing was that Reynolds was laughing at her. The two brothers discussed for a while and finally decided not to rush at night. It was too dangerous at night. Moreover, there was a little girl with them. Avina couldn't bear the pain, so the next morning, there was a little girl jumping around beside the two brothers. They rushed from Notting City to the Holy Spirit Village. Irene had already reached the maximum rank 20 during her time in school. Erin was only one soul ring away from becoming a legendary soul grandmaster. As for Reno and Ari Wayner, they were already at rank 17. Of course, the two of them didn't know about Irene's soul power. There's no hurry. Let's go back and see if the old man is at home. It's been so long, but no one dissed him. Is he not used to it? Will he miss me if there's no one to talk back to him? Erin's eyes reddened at the thought. The three of them walked and walked. Suddenly, a village appeared at the foot of the mountain in front of Irene. We're here. Irene could even see the three big tile-roofed houses in her house with her excellent eyesight. Aya, when will we reach? How far is it? Avina wiped the sweat off her forehead. She hadn't walked so far. Chapter 294. This was an honorific given to me by others. I didn't quite understand what this name meant to me. I only know that I was born beautiful, noble, and loved by everyone since I was a child. Even my father would be infatuated with my appearance, forgetting to manage and protect his Rosen kingdom. It was during these days that I grew up day by day. This year, I turned 18. Father held an 18-day-long rite of passage for me in the Rosen kingdom. Princess Caitlin. Princess Caitlin. My goddess. Oh, my goddess. Please marry me. I will give you my life, my heart. Goddess Caitlin, please use your holy feet to step on my cheeks. On this day of rite of passage, foreign princes, kings, nobles, noble knights, commoners, old people, women, children, and even homeless children, all coveted my beauty. I rode on the back of a tall, snow-white unicorn. Looking at these lowly people, the corner of my mouth couldn't help but slightly raise. Of course, there were also reckless people who rushed through the layers of guards, just to touch my body, and even kiss my feet. These people, without even touching me, were pierced by spears and swords into sieves. How pitiful. I sighed softly. Oh, my precious daughter, my holy goddess, are you happy today? I looked at my father, who was over 50 years old, staring at me with burning eyes. A trace of disgust flashed in my heart. Not happy. Bored to death. Go to hell. Father seemed to be shocked by my words, but he looked as if he was flattered, trembling as he reached out to touch my cheeks. As expected, no matter who it was, being scolded by me, or even beaten by me, would show a happy expression. I felt the same lust he always exuded. But today, this lust seemed to be even more intense. Turning my head to look at the powerful guards beside me, each of their eyes were filled with a gloomy and terrifying aura. But at the same time, their eyes were filled with lust. That idiot Rosen was killed by an unknown person. Even so, Father doesn't care. Annoyed, I touched my spear, holy radiance. I have a premonition that the Rosen kingdom will usher in a bloody storm. The great Kalor forest was as lush and full of life as ever. The stream in the forest was so clear that not a speck of dust could be seen. Reynolds walked to the side of the stream and finally couldn't bear the burden and fell into the stream. Soon, blood soaked the flowing water. He had slowly crawled from the Kalor tribe to this place, using up almost all of his life. He could feel his life slipping away. It has already been 5 hours. I'm really going to die here this time. Reynolds took out his phone from his pocket and smiled bitterly when he saw that the battery was less than 5%. It hurt, it really hurt. His lungs were injured, and he gradually couldn't breathe. Fortunately, the strange space in his body emitted a strange light that flowed through his body as if it was sustaining his life. Who was it? Who was it? Reynolds's eyes were scarlet, filled with anger and hatred. He hated himself for being weak. He hated himself for running away from the battle. But in the next moment, he was defeated by his survival instinct. I, Reynolds, must live. I want to live. I want to live. Reynolds looked at the sky through the dense trees and muttered to himself. Catcher. Reynolds was startled. A sound came from behind him, but he didn't have the strength to get up and look, because he didn't have the strength to sit up. Here, there are still remnants of Father's party. Listening to the voice, it seemed to be a girl. Reynolds turned his head with difficulty, wanting to see what kind of girl could make such a heavenly sound. She is. Reynolds was stunned. She looks familiar. Her long golden hair was stained with blood, and her delicate face was like carved jade. Her eyes were filled with confidence and disdain for everything. She held a spear in her hand. Although injured, she still looked majestic. It was as if she shouldn't exist in this world. Are you injured? Reynolds used all of his strength to ask. This strange and beautiful girl pointed the bloody spear at Reynolds and coldly asked, Tell me, are you from the Rosen Kingdom? Reynolds struggled to sit up and leaned against a tree. I am from the Kalor tribe. My tribe was attacked, and you are. Hey, what happened to you? The strange and beautiful girl finally couldn't bear the pain and fell from the unicorn's back. After an unknown amount of time. When the light returned to my eyes again, it was already dark. The unicorn was lying next to me, docilely accompanying me. Seeing that I woke up, it happily rubbed its head against me. There was a boy next to it. I vigilantly looked at him and found that he was already asleep. I couldn't help but feel relieved. Touching the wound on my back, I couldn't help but let out a fanatical and terrifying aura. Were they finally going to revolt? In order to fight for me, to fight for my rights, to fight for my kingdom, they started a massacre. A massacre. I had already expected this day to come. I was so beautiful that everyone loved me deeply and wanted to possess me. My father was no exception. Since I was young, he had shown me extraordinary care and affection. In order to spend more time with me, even if it was just for a minute, he didn't care about this sick and dying country. In such a sick country, even the king was sick. Everyone was sick. I had already expected this day to come. So, on my coming-of-age ceremony, I killed my father with a spear with my own hands. The reason was that he wanted to touch me in front of this group of sick people. All the sick people, all the attacks, all the possessiveness and malice, all came at me. I didn't know how many people I had to kill to escape this sick country. Since everything was sick, then I had to personally cure these problems. How was he going to continue walking down this path? I frowned and looked at the unfamiliar boy next to me. A strange ripple appeared in my heart, as if my soul had been gently touched. This boy was seriously injured. He should have died long ago, but he was still alive. What was going on? In the end, I couldn't help but feel tired and slowly fell asleep. The next day, Reynolds opened his eyes and tried to sit up. Hiss, it seemed that time really passed quickly. This was a new legend. Chapter 295. Reynolds gasped. The wound on his chest was still there, but under the protection of the spatial light, it seemed to have stopped bleeding, but it was still very painful. His body seemed to be able to move. The girl from yesterday. Reynolds was shocked. He looked around and found that the girl and the rare unicorn were gone. Yes, it's healing. Your injury healed faster than I thought. Caitlin picked up the spear again and turned to walk away. Halfway through, she seemed to have thought of something and said, "Your name." Reynolds touched his chest that had healed and said, "My name is Reynolds." Caitlin healed his wound. No matter what, this was a life-saving grace. It seemed that Caitlin's talent was healing. Very good. From now on, you are my subordinate. Caitlin jumped on the unicorn's back in a handsome and elegant posture and said to Reynolds, "Put on your clothes and follow me." Reynolds smiled bitterly, put on his clothes and followed Caitlin. He was saved by Caitlin, so he naturally followed her. Moreover, she said that she was the King of Lawson. But how was this possible? According to Nathan, the King of Lawson was a man over 50 years old. However, as long as he followed her, he would definitely find out the truth. At this point, the injury on his body was healed, but how could he resolve the doubts and anger in his heart? He had to find Naz and Nathan, but they were not in the tribe. He did not know where they went. The person who attacked him did not seem to be from Lawson. Before he fell, he saw that the person seemed to be wearing a long robe, which was very different from the style here. Most importantly, his hair was black. For a moment, his mind was in a mess. Reynolds did not look at the road and accidentally bumped into a tree. At this time, a green striped python hidden in the tree was knocked out of its original form. It began to move and approached Reynolds. Python. Reynolds reacted and retreated, but he could not dodge in time. This python looked to be 5 meters long. There was no chance of survival if he was caught by it. "Caitlin!" Reno shouted in a cowardly manner, only to discover that Caitlin was walking in front of him. She only turned her head to glance at him, and had no intention of saving him. Seeing that the python was getting closer and closer to him, Reynolds quickly pulled out the fish intestine sword that Diao Chan had given him from his backpack. Holding the dagger, he was on high alert. Whoosh! This python obviously did not put Reynolds in its eyes. At this moment, it rushed over like an arrow. F***CK. Reynolds swung the dagger forward carelessly, only to hear a piercing sound. Immediately after, Reynolds felt a hot liquid sprayed all over his face and body. Reynolds panted heavily as he looked at everything in front of him. This python had long been sliced from head to tail by the fish intestine sword in Reynolds's hand, splitting it into 2 parts. Snake blood also sprayed all over the ground. "The dagger is very sharp." Caitlin, who was in front of him, said. Reynolds didn't say anything. He glanced at her, wiped the blood off his face, and continued to follow Caitlin. It seemed that they were about to get out of this forest. Reynolds looked at Caitlin, who was riding on the unicorn beside him, and sighed. "Why are you sighing?" Caitlin asked. Reynolds's expression was complicated as he said, Why did you heal my wounds? Why did you want me to follow you?" Caitlin smiled without denying it and said, "I just feel that your temperament is very eye-catching. There is a kind of aura that exudes from the inside out. I'm just looking forward to this feeling. I need a strong helper to help me become a king." Reynolds asked in surprise, Why do you think I'm that kind of person?" Caitlin didn't say anything. She suddenly lifted Reynolds's chin with her spear and looked down at him. Caitlin said seriously, "Reynolds, as my subordinate, If you dare to cry and be a yes man again, I'll cut your head off with my spear. Caitlin was very satisfied with Reynolds's reaction. She withdrew her spear and said, "After all, you're also my subordinate. I'll give you a reward." "What reward?" Caitlin kicked Reynolds's shoulder with her foot and said jokingly, "As my first follower, I allow you to lick my foot." Reynolds's face twitched and he asked uncertainly, "What the hell?" "Caitlin, you? Quickly kneel down and thank this princess for her kindness. In my country, there are many people who want to do this but don't have the right." Reynolds had heard of a saying before. The more serious and holy a goddess appeared on the surface, the more her nature was beyond your expectations. To put it bluntly, a woman who appeared to be noble and virtuous might be very dissatisfied with her desires in her heart. She might be a white lotus plus coquettish, harmonious, goods. The more pure and lovely she appeared, the more she would pretend and disguise her heart. Perverted, wicked, and two-faced thoughts came one after another. Reynolds looked at the current Caitlin and felt that she was such a girl. Of course, he only felt that she was two-faced. "Caitlin, is what you said true?" Reynolds didn't intend to take her words seriously, but he could see a trace of ridicule from her expression. Caitlin jumped off the unicorn and didn't look at Reynolds. Instead, she walked forward and looked at the thick layer of leaves on the side of the road. She used her spear to forcefully thrust it inside. Hualala, large patches of leaves rolled up from the ground and attacked Caitlin. Reynolds saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Caitlin, be careful. Those are man-eating golden ants." "Interesting." Caitlin snorted coldly and waved her spear. A golden light spread from the center of her body to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Caitlin was enveloped in a spherical holy light. At this moment, something eye-opening happened. Those golden man-eating ants slammed into the holy light protection. Immediately after, sizzling sounds of burning could be heard. Those ants were instantly burned into black charcoal. An ant pillar of tens of centimeters in diameter formed by ants continuously slammed into Caitlin's holy light protection from the ground. The sizzling sounds of burning became louder and louder. An unpleasant smell gradually came from the air. This was the smell of burning ant corpses. It was also the smell of highly corrosive formic acid being carbonized after encountering high temperatures. Reynolds watched all this with his mouth agape. Caitlin didn't move in the holy light protection and quietly watched everything unfold in front of her. In a short while, those ants were completely annihilated and turned into black charcoal, scattering on the ground. Chapter 296. In an instant, a long pit about 2 meters high was formed on the roadside formed by these ants. The holy light on Caitlin's body disappeared. She looked at the long pit and her expression changed slightly. She said, "It seems that many people have died in this forest." Reynolds heard her words and walked forward. He couldn't help but cry out when he saw the deep pit. The deep pit was filled with densely packed bones. There were human bones, animal bones, all kinds of rusty weapons, and round skeletons. It seemed that these ants usually covered the pit and quietly waited for their prey. "Hey, Reynolds, am I powerful?" Caitlin looked at Reynolds and suddenly asked. Reynolds nodded and said, "Caitlin, was that your skill just now?" It was like Caitlin's ultimate move in Mobile Legends, a shield that could offset high damage. Caitlin still ignored Reynolds's question. She continued to tease him, "Do you have the urge to kneel down and kiss my feet?" Reynolds's expression changed after being teased by her again and again. He finally couldn't hold it in and said, "What do you mean?" He would say some ridiculous things at the drop of a hat. "Why would I kiss your feet? I'm not a pervert. Do you think I'm those people in your country? At the end of the day, if you really want me to kiss your feet, then take off your silver armor boot. Let me lick the soles of your feet and suck your toes." Caitlin was shocked. She didn't expect Reynolds to be so bold. She had been a princess of a big country since she was young and lived in luxury. She had never heard such vulgar words. At this time, after hearing everything Reynolds said, her face turned red for the first time. She held it in and finally said, "If I didn't have a trace of strange hope for you, I would kill you right now." After saying that, she rode on the unicorn and continued to walk without caring about Reynolds. Reynolds shook his head as he felt a trace of absurdity in his heart. What the hell was this? The whereabouts of Nathan and Nos were still unknown. Why was he following Caitlin for no reason? Reynolds laughed self-deprecatingly and followed her. At this time, he needed to follow her and get more information. A few hours later, Reynolds and Caitlin walked out of the forest and came to a town that had turned into ruins. Caitlin looked pensive. She frowned as she looked at the corpses that could be seen everywhere in the town. Reynolds was already used to seeing corpses. He looked at the dead people. Some of them were ordinary citizens, while others were armored soldiers. It's probably because of Lawson's invasion. Reynolds, who didn't have a good impression of the Rosen Kingdom, coldly said. Caitlin shook her head and said, "It's not that simple. You should have heard about the murder of Rosen's Ross, right?" Reynolds nodded in response. Caitlin sighed. She held the spear in her hand and jumped off the unicorn. She said to Reno, "Someone's coming. Get ready for battle." Reynolds was shocked. He took out the Yuchang sword and held it in his hand. He looked around vigilantly. As expected, many soldiers and civilians emerged from every corner of the town and gradually surrounded Reynolds and Caitlin. Were they all hiding? Who were they? The eyes of these people were filled with undisguised bestial lust and a trace of terror. Everyone stared at Caitlin. Some of them even reached their hands into their pants and started moving up and down. Naked and fearless. "Little girl, in this wilderness, we were just thinking about how to get some meat and you came to us. Ha 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 ha. Damn, this body, this breasts, I really want to F***ck her to death. Don't F***king kill her. Where can we find such a coquettish girl in this broken place?" For a moment, vulgarities were endless. Even Reynolds was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed his dagger at these wretched scumbags and scolded, "You're all courting death." These people were not moved at all. One of them, who looked thin and pale, looked at Reynolds with shining eyes and said in a coquettish voice, "Little brother, you've got character. I like people like you." After that, everyone burst into laughter. Caitlin sighed and said, "I thought that since you are Lawson's soldiers, I would let you live." After saying that, her aura changed completely. She pointed her holy spear forward and said coldly, "All of you, die." Reynolds could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a sense of loss. "Who is she?" "She looks like a hero in a game, Caitlin." Reynolds stood up and looked at the clear sky again. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck. Looking carefully, it was the girl from yesterday. He did not know when she appeared, but she put her spear on his neck and looked at him coldly. "You. What are you doing?" Reynolds was shocked and asked. "I looked at this boy with complicated feelings. All the emotions, anger, malice, and ambition in my heart gathered into one sentence. I am Caitlin, Lawson's queen. How about it? Do you want to follow me?" On this day in the king's realm, there was a big commotion. The structure of the continent also quietly changed. Perhaps, this change would not affect anything, but due to the uncertainty of this world, a certain boundary point disorder, there would be unimaginable changes. The first to suffer were the small countries and tribes around Lawson. Due to the strange death of Prince Ross and the rebellion of Princess Caitlin, the entire country was filled with a state of madness. Everyone was a soldier. Every citizen, every child, every woman, every creature, picked up a weapon and under the leadership of Lawson's Duke Charles, invaded the western region. Burn, kill, plunder, rob. Massacring cities, setting fire to various tribes, killing, burying alive, all kinds of heartless things. From the western region of the king's realm, they slowly nibbled at the entire continent. Looks like the rebellion of the Western Lawson has caused a lot of momentum. In the middle of the Luo River, a drunk young man was lying on a small boat and muttering to himself. A head of long silver hair, a delicate and handsome face, an unparalleled stature, and an aura that spread from the boat to the surroundings, all showed the identity of this man. Chapter 297. It's been a long time since I drank Carol's cream wine. This Chang'an city's wine is tasteless, but it's a pity to throw it away. The man sat up and poured the wine from the gourd into the clear Luo River. He laughed and said loudly, "I hope you don't wake up from your drunken stupor." As the man laughed, the boat went further and further away until it disappeared at the end of the Luo River. On the other side of the continent, in a mysterious valley, a girl sat on the ground. She was sweating profusely as she asked Diao Chan, who was wearing a pink veil. "Sister Chan, is the Rosen Kingdom in turmoil very close to the Black Sand Kingdom?" Diao Chan looked at Lin Ling and said, "If you are worried about his safety, then get up quickly." Lin Ling gritted her teeth and stood up. She didn't say anything else. She gripped her dagger and rushed towards Diao Chan. Carol, Forest of Horrors. It was unusually quiet today. There were no terrifying creatures. The berserk spider was also killed by Nathan's group. There was a clear stream nearby. After a night of flowing, the blood had completely disappeared, leaving behind a clear stream. "What did you say?" Reynolds looked at the girl in front of him and asked. So it really was Caitlin. Reynolds was only a little surprised, but he soon got used to it. Very good. All the heroes that he was familiar with had appeared one by one in front of him with the flow of time. But what was this world like? Reynolds was a little confused. He felt the heavy and cold spear on his neck and said, "Okay, I will follow you." There was no other way. It seemed that if he said no, he would be killed on the spot. Caitlin stared at Reynolds for a full minute before putting down the spear. "Your wound is fatal. How are you still alive?" Reynolds was startled. Hearing Caitlin's question, he looked down at the wound on his chest. Cold sweat dripped down. Because it had been left there for a long time, the wound that went from his back to his chest had begun to inflame. A lot of pus flowed out. In addition to the red and black blood, there was also yellow pus mixed in. But the strangest thing was that although his chest hurt, it wasn't the kind of pain that suffocated him. At least, it was bearable. "I'm not sure either." Reynolds hesitated for a moment, but decided not to tell Caitlin about the strange space in his body. It seemed that the strange light in his body was sustaining his life. Caitlin didn't say anything. She stabbed the spear into the ground and said, "Take off your clothes." "Ah!" Reynolds was shocked. When he saw Caitlin's expression, he realized that he had misunderstood. Caitlin revealed a playful smile and slowly said, "I asked you to take off your clothes, of course, to treat your injuries. What else do you think I would do to you?" Reynolds didn't say anything. He revealed an awkward smile and slowly took off his jacket, then took off the thermal clothes and long johns inside. The clothes were all thrown to the ground, and Reynolds instantly sneezed. It was too cold. Caitlin stepped forward and touched Reynolds's body with her hand. Reynolds was touched and instantly trembled. It was so warm. Caitlin's hands seemed to have some kind of magical power. No, it should be said that Caitlin's entire body seemed to have a warm aura. It was like a fireplace where the bonfire inside was crackling softly, making people feel blissful. This was just being touched by her hands. Reynolds was a little uncomfortable. He looked at Caitlin's face at such a close distance and actually blushed a little. Long golden hair, exotic yet incomparably exquisite facial features, and a devilish figure right in front of his eyes, ready to jump out at any moment. "Hiss!" Reynolds gasped. He found that Caitlin's hands had touched his wound and seemed to have forcefully poked it. "Even like this, you don't feel much pain." Caitlin frowned her beautiful eyebrows and looked up at Reynolds with bad intentions. Just as Reynolds was feeling awkward, something miraculous suddenly happened. Without any warning, a layer of invisible ripples appeared in the silent void. This layer of ripples spread from Reynolds's wound to the surroundings. Gently, it swept through the entire forest and floated to the pure white clouds in the distant sky that were dyed by the sun. The entire Calor forest was enveloped in this beautiful halo. Reynolds's body suddenly emitted a layer of green halo. This halo was refreshing and pleasant, as if it was emitting its own fragrance. It was like the stamens of daisies that bloomed in the open air, like the gentle ripples on the water's surface under the willows, or like the quiet spring fields under the drizzle. If this feeling had to be summarized, It would be the aura of life and nature. At the same time, Reynolds discovered that the wound on his chest actually showed signs of healing under the green halo. The pus and blood that flowed out began to naturally dissipate, and the inflamed marks also began to reduce. In the end, the hideous wound slowly reconnected and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Reynolds's eyes widened as he watched everything that was happening. The wound completely healed, and Caitlin's hands left Reynolds's body. Is this your innate skill of healing? In their eyes, Elena's words and actions were undoubtedly the best joke. Did you hear that? This girl wants to kill us. Ha ha ha, I'll take good care of her in a while. All the soldiers were swearing. At this moment, a man in golden armor walked out from inside. This man was 2 meters tall and had a huge physique. He held a huge axe in his hand and looked majestic and murderous. His eyes were filled with beastly desire as he sized up Elena's alluring figure. He licked his lips and roared, "You're already mine. I want to possess you." After saying that, he walked towards Elena. When the others saw this, their faces were filled with excitement and regret. Borge was the man who was the best at fighting among them. When he attacked, basically no one could withstand his power. Unfortunately, the women who had been fooled by Borge basically had no chance of surviving. Reynolds took a few steps back. He wasn't worried about Elena's safety at all. He only looked at them with slight sympathy. "Why, aren't you afraid of me?" Borge walked to a place about 2 meters away from Elena and looked down at her from above. Elena's face was cold as she said, "It's the country's misfortune to have scum like you in baby card." "What did you say?" Borge was furious when he heard that. He raised the huge axe in his hand and chopped down on Elena's head. Chapter 298. Surprisingly, Elena did not move an inch. She did not even try to dodge the attack. Instead, she raised her left arm and easily blocked Potter's giant axe attack. "You!" Potter was furious. He wanted to raise his axe again, but the axe did not move at all. He looked down and saw that Elena had used her left hand to hold the axe blade. What terrifying strength! Potter was terrified. He looked at Elena in front of him and wanted to throw away his axe and run away. However, he was controlled by the invisible pressure in her eyes and did not dare to move. "You will be the first cannon fodder that I prepare to clean up," Elena said expressionlessly. She raised the spear in her right hand and thrust it forward. Poochie, the guy who had his throat pierced by Elena's spear, screamed and knelt on the ground. Blood instantly flowed all over the ground. The surrounding people were silent. They were stunned by what had just happened. They looked at Elena, who flung her spear to dry the bloodstains and walked towards them expressionlessly. "Run!" No one knew who shouted first, but in the next moment, almost everyone scattered in all directions, fleeing into the ruins of the town. There were also people who shouted as they ran, "Just you wait. I'll let you go this time," and other comical words. Elena frowned. She pointed her spear in the direction they were running. In an instant, a pure-colored light arrow shot out from the tip of the spear. The person who had cursed the most fiercely had his throat pierced. The scene of dark red blood spurting out made Reynolds, who was far away, tremble. Even though he had seen others kill people and seen a large number of corpses, this kind of primitive and direct death still shocked Reynolds. And when those people saw such a scene, they ran away with all their might. Soon, they scattered and fled into the depths of the ruined town. Elena snorted. Her body moved forward as if she had teleported and chased after them. Not long after, a large number of screams came from afar. Reynolds followed Elena's footsteps and ran into the depths of the town. Only then did he realize that those people who were running away were all caught up by Elena and killed with a single shot. Looking at Elena's blonde hair fluttering in the wind, such a beauty was like Azrael reaping their lives. At least in Reynolds's vision, Elena had caught up to and killed all of the fleeing men. At this moment, she was holding a long gun. With a chilling calmness, she walked to each of the fallen men and shot them one by one. Every shot was aimed at their vital points. From the beginning to the end, she didn't say a single word, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. It was as if what she said was true, they were just cannon fodder. It couldn't even be considered a life. He had even dared to say those words to her before. Even though Reynolds was now Elena's subordinate, he could not help but feel fear in his heart. He felt that his worldview had been greatly impacted. Countless lives turned out to be nothing more than ants in front of the strong. Reynolds stood there in a daze, not daring to move an inch. "Reynolds, help me search their bodies and see if there are any tokens," Eileen said to Renaud. Only then did Reynolds react. He hurriedly followed her instructions and searched the clothes of the dead men one by one. Looking at their miserable deaths, Reynolds resisted the nausea in his stomach and searched them one by one. "What happened to you? You look like you are about to die," Elena asked as she walked up to Renaud. Reynolds raised his head and looked at her alluring figure. He had a feeling that she was a goddess born for war and killing. Seeing that Reynolds did not speak, Eileen teased, "What happened, my subordinate? After seeing my heroic appearance, do you have the urge to kneel down and kiss my feet?" "No." When Reynolds heard Eileen's words, the fear and discomfort in his heart instantly relaxed. He had a feeling that Eileen had purposely said that this time to dispel the nervousness in Reynolds' heart. "Found it, is it this?" Reynolds felt a hard object from the chest of a dead man. He took it out and saw that it was a round metal token. There was a lion head engraved on it. It looked very majestic. "This is it." Eileen took the token and frowned. Reynolds saw this and asked, "What is this?" Eileen said, "This is the symbol of the first commander of the Kingdom of Barbaca, Marshal Zaro." After a pause, she said, "It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest first. I will explain it to you later." Reynolds and Eileen found a dilapidated house in this ruined town. It looked like it used to be more luxurious, but due to the chaos of war, it had become dilapidated. When they opened the door, there was a strong smell of rotten wood inside. Eileen took a look and did not enter. She said to Reynolds, "Reynolds, go inside and find a room. I will go and settle the unicorn down." At this point, the two settled down in a house in the ruined town. The two sat in front of a campfire to warm themselves. When night fell, the weather outside would become abnormally cold. Reynolds told Eileen his purpose for coming here. He also asked her if the whereabouts of Nathan and Naz were related to Barbaca. The answer he received was that she did not know. "Looking at your hair color, you should be from the Far East. Tell me which country you are from. As my subordinate, don't hide anything from me." Eileen stared at Reynolds and asked. Reynolds hesitated, not knowing how to answer. This was because he did not belong to any country in this world. Seeing Reynolds's reaction, Eileen smiled and asked, "What, is it not convenient to say?" In Reynolds's eyes, this smile was a fake one. He was sure that if he did not say anything, he would suffer bad things. However, Reynolds did not want to tell her that he was a transmigrator. At least, he would not say it before confirming whether Eileen was a friend or foe. After thinking for a while, Reynolds said, "I am not actually a citizen of a big country. I am from a small country on the mainland." "Well, tell me about the system in your country. What is it like? I am very interested." Reynolds thought for a while and said, "My country is a country without a royal family. In other words, it is not an empire." Eileen was curious. How is that possible? A country without a ruler? There is no king? Reynolds shook his head and said, "Yes. In my country, her system of government, we call it democracy." Democracy? Chapter 299. Eileen thought for a moment and said in surprise, "Democracy means that the citizens of the country are the masters?" Reynolds looked at Eileen and said in surprise, "Yes." As expected of the royal family of the Barbaca country, she understood it immediately. "That's impossible, Reynolds, tell me in detail." Eileen was obviously interested in Reynolds's words. "This democracy, you are right. It means that the citizens of the country are the masters. Without an emperor, the citizens themselves elect a group of people to be in charge of the country's affairs. Eileen's eyes lit up when she heard this. This was unprecedented in the king's world. Even the Tang Empire, which was known as the most powerful country on the continent, had an emperor. Eileen thought for a moment and said, "With so many people in power, what should we do if there are differences?" "There will always be differences, right?" Reynolds smiled and explained, "Among these people, there will always be a master and an assistant. The one with the highest official position, we call him the president." After thinking for a moment, Reynolds didn't know why he didn't talk about the political system of his own country, but simply talked about the political system of the West. "The president is similar to your king, but his authority and ruling power are far inferior to the king. At least, the president doesn't inherit his father's position, but is elected. The most important point is that his authority is limited in many ways, and it is impossible for him to be the only one who is powerful." Reynolds roughly talked about some separation of powers, Declaration of Independence, and the most basic historical issues that everyone knew. These things actually made Eileen intoxicated as she listened to them. She heard that the Congress could refute and reject the president's plan, and the president couldn't decide the country's right to make laws, and most importantly, the Congress could impeach the president from office. Maybe it was because of these that Eileen's three views were greatly impacted. Her breathing began to become hurried, and her eyes became more and more transparent. She was the chosen one, an extremely intelligent person. After listening to Reynolds's words, she suddenly became enlightened and had a great interest in the so-called democracy. Reynolds didn't expect that the things that everyone knew in his world would come here, like a great prophet. It seemed that this was the biggest privilege of a transmigrator. Reynolds couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Elena pondering over Reynolds's words. Eileen was awakened by Reynolds's laughter and sighed, "I never expected that your country would be so advanced." After a brief pause, she asked, "Reynolds, your country must be very powerful, right?" Reynolds nodded and said, "Yes, my country is the most powerful in our country." He thought to himself, "Of course, my country is the strongest country in the world." After thinking for a while, Reynolds threw out another bombshell and asked, "Eileen, seeing that you are very interested, I might as well tell you that my country's theoretical system will not work in your country, or even in the entire king's realm." Elena thought for a moment and nodded. "You're right. The Barbaker kingdom has royalty, nobles, and knights. It won't work." Reynolds waved his hand and smiled. "No, it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that even if the king of your country is willing to abdicate, our theoretical system won't work." "Ah, why?" Reynolds laughed and looked at the woman who had developed a respectful and serious expression. He suddenly felt proud and said, "Because the wisdom of every citizen hasn't awakened. How can you talk about democracy?" "What do you mean?" Eileen was a little stunned. "Elena, let me ask you something. In your country, how many people are literate and have received education?" Eileen frowned. "And in my country, everyone is literate. Everyone is studying in the school. Everyone knows history, everyone can talk about the past and the present." Reynolds said, "I think it's impossible in your country, right?" Eileen let out a long sigh and said, "It's impossible. Everyone is literate. How is this possible? It should be known that those who can go to the school to cultivate are the children of the royal family with money and power, or people with great talent. Ordinary people are not qualified to study in the school." An hour later, Eileen finally woke up from her contemplation. She saw that Reynolds was lying in front of the bonfire and taking a nap. Reynolds narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why, what did you think?" Looking at Eileen, Reynolds laughed in his heart. He didn't expect her to be shocked by the common knowledge that everyone knew. Eileen sighed and looked at Reynolds for a while. She said solemnly, "I hereby announce, Reynolds, from now on, you are no longer my subordinate. I allow you to be my friend." Reynolds woke up and asked, "What do you mean, by friend?" Elena revealed a rare smile that seemed normal to Reynolds. She said, "That's what friends mean. In other words, I can protect you from now on. You have to tell me about your country and what you know every day. You will be my right-hand man." Reynolds was speechless. What kind of friend is this? Eileen looked at Reynolds's unwilling face and frowned. "Why, are you not happy to be my friend?" She paused and seemed to have thought of something. She smiled maliciously and said, "Or do you still want to be my subordinate and lick my feet?" At night, it was almost time to sleep. The weather in the ruined town was extremely cold. Even if Reynolds curled up beside the bonfire, only one side of his body didn't feel cold. The other side of his body that wasn't facing the bonfire would still feel an inexplicable chill. In addition, he didn't have any blankets or other items to keep out the cold. He only had the clothes on his body. This made Reynolds very unhappy. Eileen didn't care. She was indeed a powerful person. She stabbed her spear into the wooden floor and leaned against it. She just sat on the floor and slept without lying down. Looking at her sleeping posture with her eyes closed, Reynolds couldn't help but smile. This was probably her true self. She still looked like a young girl. "Reynolds, what are you looking at? Are you planning to lick my feet while I'm sleeping? You pervert." Eileen seemed to have eyes on her head. She felt Reynolds's gaze and sneered. Reynolds was speechless. "You are the pervert. Your whole family are perverts." Reynolds ignored Eileen and thought about what Eileen said to him just now. "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.